Good morning, this is Pat O'Connell. I'm calling to order the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission regular open meeting. It's Tuesday, November 26th, 2024. Just a reminder, we moved this meeting from Thursday to Tuesday for holiday management reasons. So we have this morning for OGC, Mr. Fisk. So could you call the roll?
Yes, Chairman O'Connell,
Here.
Commissioner Ellison,
Present.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, all of the commissioners are present.
Thank you. Then next step is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Commissioners, we have an agenda that got posted last Friday for today's meeting. Do you have any changes you'd like to see?
I do not have any changes, Chairman.
No, thank you. I'm fine with the agenda as is. Okay, so seeing no objection, we'll proceed with the agenda as posted. Next up is public comment. Do we have anyone with us today who would like to give public comment? You snooze, you lose, because this is the first installment of the PRC bake-off. So, Mr. Rodriguez, do we have anybody online who'd like to give public comment?
Mr. Chair, we don't have anyone online for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Employee of the Month. I have the pleasure of recognizing this month's Christopher Dunn. So conferring virtually the Employee of the Month belt. Christopher, you'll also virtually get a cupcake and a whatever else is out there. But so anyway, I'm delighted that Christopher won Employee of the Month. He's works, just one of our bright stars here at the commission. So I'll go ahead and read off the proclamation here. Mr. Christopher Dunn serves as economist in the Economics Bureau for the Utility Division for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, has worked here for 2 years and 9 months. His nomination states from the start of his employment with Economics Bureau in March of 2021, Christopher hit the ground running and quickly became the Utility Division's in-house expert on community solar, from his work on the initial community solar rulemaking to his work on various community solar implementations, and recently his work on amendments to the community solar rule. In Christopher's first rate case as cost of capital witness, he provided stellar written and oral testimony and was complimented by the hearing examiners on that case prior to him being dismissed from the witness stand. The case wasn't dismissed. Christopher is thorough, well organized, plans ahead, as a result consistently produces high quality work product. His work requires little review and edit. Christopher's professionalism and positive work ethic are evident in a telework environment where he works from Las Cruces, New Mexico. His work consistently exceeds performance standards. Christopher is truly an asset to Economics Bureau, Utility Division, and Commission as a whole, and he deserves to be recognized as such. So, the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the state of New Mexico congratulates Christopher Dunn on his selection as Employee of the Month for December 2024. And then I'll just add to that, we have coming out a strategic plan, a number of committees to implement the plan. And one of them is the Professional Development Committee, where we talk about things like book club and other, lunch and learns and other training things that we can provide. And I just personally really admire what Christopher brings to that conversation too. So I'll add that to the nomination, and congratulations, Christopher. Any other comments?
Congratulations, Christopher. Always appreciate your work and know it's going to be of high quality.
Just share my congratulations as well. Thank you.
If you could see the baked goods, it would have been worth the 300-mile trip, but actually, we're more than 300. We're in Santa Fe. Right? So, anyway, thanks again. Next up, announcements. Did we have anything from OGC?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I know Chief of Staff has some announcements she'd like to make.
Good morning, commissioners. It's my pleasure to introduce some new employees starting with us this week. First of all, we have Eldon Vita, who joins us in the IT division. And I'd also like to welcome Christopher Sanchez, because we don't have enough people named Christopher in this agency. He joins us in the Accounting Bureau. Welcome, both of you.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Someday you might get the Employee of the Month belt. I just had a couple things I think are worth noting. First, between now and the next time we meet, which will be December 11th, I think, a Thursday, 2 weeks from now. There's going to be a supplemental hearing on EPE's time varying rate pilot program. That's case number 2400113 UT. It'll start at 9 a.m. So that's on Monday, December 2nd. So if you're interested in that case, there'll be opportunity to learn more about it online and engage in the hearing. And then we had a snow day again. Seems like something this commission's good at, scheduling things in advance for big snowstorms. So that happened again for our P&M rate case public comment session. So state offices were closed that day and the public comment session got canceled. So it's been rescheduled. So we are going to have a public comment hearing on Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. It'll be same time, same place as we had planned, from 4 to 7 p.m. at the New Mexico 811 building at 1021 Eubank Boulevard Northeast. So that'll be an opportunity to come in person to provide public comment on P&M rate case. We'll also be accepting public comment virtually. So again, weather got that one canceled, but we're going to do it. So just January 15th. Anything else, commissioners?
No, thank you. Not for me, thank you.
Okay, so next up on the agenda, we have minutes from the October 31st, 2024 regular open meeting. Commissioners, did you have any changes you'd like to see made to the minutes?
I do not have any.
So seeing none, I will move that we adopt the minutes for the October 31st regular open meeting.
I second.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Commissioner Allison. And Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to approve the meeting minutes.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the consent action items. There is a total of 10 cases on the consent agenda. Commissioner, did you have any discussion or questions about any of those items? Seeing none, I will move for approval of the orders provided on the consent action items.
Second.
Commissioner Allison.
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
And Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 3-0 to approve the consent action items.
Thank you. Next up, first item on the regular action is case number 24-00138 UT. That is applications for the 2025 broadband support from State Rural Universal Service Fund. Interesting case, and we will have start with a presentation from Ms. Erica Avila Stefans from Office of General Counsel. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. So following the Commission's issuance of an order granting applications for broadband funding from the SRUSF fund, NMPRC filed a motion for reconsideration asking the Commission to deny funding to ComNet's Glorietta project, claiming that NMSurf already serves the area covered by the Glorietta project. NMSurf provided maps and affidavits in support of their claim. ComNet filed a response, largely denying the allegations, providing their own maps, and then NMSurf filed a reply, including more maps. And the order before the commission denies the motion for reconsideration and citing the commission's procedural rules on motions for reconsideration that states that the commission cannot rely on new evidence in motions for reconsideration as evidence pertaining to the final rule. And the commission can only rely on the new evidence for purposes of deciding the motion for reconsideration. And at the time the commission conducted its review of the ComNet Glorietta project application, there was no duplication found. And the order then explains that even if the commission were to accept NMSurf's statements that it serves the area covered by the Glorietta project, that the policy encouraging competition, as stated in the Rural Telecommunications Act and the SRUSF statute, goal toward universal service is achieved by allowing the Glorietta project to move forward. The order then explains that the rule against duplication is not intended to protect ETCs from competition, but rather to prioritize the limited SRUSF funding. But this year, the funding is not limited. And so it would be appropriate to grant the Glorietta project funding. And even if the commission were to accept NMSurf's statements, it's true that it covers the proposed area. There were still a couple hundred addresses covered by the Glorietta project that were not covered by NMSurf. So if the Glorietta project is denied, those addresses would not have adequate service. And I will stand for questions.
Yeah, thank you. So just my summary is that we had a project that was in the works, hadn't been built at the time the new project got proposed. We approved it, and then come to find out there are a few addresses that overlap, but each of the two projects, the one that is just recently been completed and the one that's been approved for funding, you know, the Venn diagram of those two isn't perfect, that there are customers that are served uniquely by each project, and there's a small overlap.
So the overlap can't be substantiated without further proceedings. But if NMSurf's claims are correct, there is more than a few overlapping addresses.
Okay.
Ms. Stefans, as far as our rule goes, how does our rule, specifically deal with this sort of case where, we have a company that's serving, and then does our rule allow for the approval of a company that would have to some degree overlap with that service territory?
So the commission's broadband rules state that there can't be any duplication. But as stated, staff did not find any duplication at the time of its review. And the rule against duplication is, again, to save money and not and prioritize the broadband funds to go to the addresses that don't have any service. So in this case, because we have enough funding to grant all the applications, that rule doesn't really apply in this year's docket.
We're supposed to avoid duplication so we can make sure more people are served. But then we're also supposed to encourage competition, right? So because there there is sufficient money. The recommendation is just to deny the motion for reconsideration.
That's right.
But had staff discovered this service overlap when they were in their evaluation phase, would this company have been asked to withdraw their application?
Yes. Yes,
They would have,
they would have.
regardless of whether there was sufficient funds for all the projects or not.
So, right, without knowing whether the projects had been, how much of the broadband fund, how much money the broadband program is going to take up, they would have been asked to withdraw.
So, Mr. Fonza, as a follow-up to that, can you explain when the duplication started? And, just kind of when the application was submitted, and then because there were some projects that came online.
That's right. So, applications are submitted in the month of May. So all of the information accumulated prior to May. And in ComNet's application, they said that they relied on an FCC map, and they went door to door asking the customers or the residents if they received service. And at the time of the application, as stated by ComNet, there was no duplication. That area was not served. And then this goes a little beyond your question, but I think it's important. The ComNet then submits a map to staff of the proposed area, and staff sends that to UNM's EDAC, and they compare it to make sure there is no overlap. So at the time of staff's review, there was no overlap. At the time of ComNet's knocking on doors, there was no service. So the project was allowed to move forward. And then the largest project served by NMSurf went live in September. So any service that was provided by NMSurf was not there at the time of the application. Now, our rules don't specify when the duplication must exist, but that's kind of the way this happened this year.
Thank you for that explanation. And you got to the point that I was trying to make, which is at the time of the application, the duplication did not exist. It's when the project that NMSurf had came into service, the largest one, that I guess more of the duplication came to be. And that was a month before so that was after the evaluation that staff conducted, and forgetting my dates, but maybe a month before we issued our order.
Another thing that factors into my thinking on this is, I live in Albuquerque. I've got lots of choices. The whole point of this program is to give access, and then if somehow it also provides choices, to me, that's a bonus. If we're in this world where the funds weren't limited, right? So I guess I'm agreeing with the recommendation because there's a group of customers who would be unserved if both projects don't go forward. So just what's the whole point of this funding is to provide service in rural New Mexico. The outcome is there might be some competition for some customers in rural New Mexico. That feels to me like a good outcome.
Yeah, I agree with that, absolutely. And I also want to mention that I really appreciated the memo that was provided on this. I thought it was excellent and went through all the way back to looking at why the rules were implemented. And what I understand is that the rule for the duplication is likely so that you don't invest and continue to invest in the same area. We're trying to help unserved and underserved areas. And by including this rule of duplication, no duplication, you are able to reach more people across the state. And the other part that the act wants us to do is promote competition. And of course, that is kind of doesn't align with this idea that we don't have duplication. I think this is a very unique situation because we have the funding, right? If we had unlimited resources, we wouldn't have this rule of duplication, but we have limited resources to allocate, and therefore we have to figure out where we want to prioritize our funding. In this year's allocation, that doesn't make sense because we can cover all the projects. So if we were to stick to a very stringent application of the rule, I mean, we can do that, but it doesn't really make sense for, as you mentioned, Chair, these customers who would continue to be unserved or underserved, the ones that are not in the Venn diagram, right? So I really appreciated the memo and the order that was put before us. I thought it was very well done. Thank you.
Any other questions for OGC? And I will move for approval of the recommended order in this case.
I'll second.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
No, and I was late.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye, you were unmuted.
I'm sorry, no, and I'll explain.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 2 in favor, 1 against.
So, my feeling here is that, our rule is fairly clear that an area needs to be unserved or underserved by broadband in order for a project to apply and certainly to be awarded. And we have the difficulty here that at the time it was applied, it was unserved and still is unserved, I think, because the project hasn't been completed yet, correct?
So I guess we don't know.
We
That's just-
don't know,
yeah.
okay.
Based on
So
this.
so I mean, clearly, if this had come to our attention during the application process, it would have been rejected as duplicative, because the purpose of the program is to put money into areas that are unserved or underserved. And it came to our attention quite late, but it did come to our attention. So I would have been inclined to grant the motion for reconsideration.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Next up is the case 23-00071 UT. That is matter of tariffs, agreements, and forms proposed by qualifying utilities for community solar program. That's also our phase 2 tariffs. And so we've got Mr. Gedko online to lead the discussion on this. And then we also have Mr. Fisk sitting here to help us with this too. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started with Mr. Gedko and see where we get to. Thank you.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. As you stated, Chairman, the case that is before you is docket number 23-00071 UT. It is in the matter of the tariffs, agreements, and forms proposed by qualifying utilities for the community solar program. And the proposed order in front of you is the phase 2 final order. There was a previous phase 1, which had a stipulated resolution to it. Reserved for phase 2 were the program-specific tariffs and forms. The proposed order contains a solar bill credit calculation methodology and an exemplary example of how that is to be conducted by the utilities as a table exhibit to the order. Therefore, the order also denies tariffs and forms filed by the utilities that do not coalesce with the commission's ordered calculation of the solar bill credit and other tariffs and forms that accompany those. It does approve the uniform disclosure and consent form. And before you is a decision of the extent of the findings and conclusions contained in the recommended decision that go along with these matters, and which of those shall be adopted moving forward. I'll stop my explanation at that point because I know that you have done diligent and extensive work on all of the items that are before you. And I think the most efficient way to proceed is to open it for your discussion and stand for questions with respect to the matters that are before you.
Great, thank you. I'll just start with status update, you know, what we considered this at our last open meeting. And then, and didn't decide then, so what has happened in the intervening 12 days? I think I said 10 days at the last meeting, it was 12. For me anyway, it was making sure that I could read the recommended decision and be able to explain to somebody else how you can take what's in the recommended decision and calculate this solar bill credit. So anyway, a lot of work went into just trying to perfect or improve really our communication for anyway, what my understanding of how solar bill credit should be calculated. And again, you know, we're standing on shoulders of giants here. There's been a lot of process that led to this, a lot of intervention, many comments, lots of testimony, very 215-page recommended decision. So anyway, working through all that and getting to what we ended up distilling down into a kind of a calculator sheet that shows, for me anyway, my understanding of how to put a solar bill credit together. Hopefully what the value that was created in those 10 days, 14, 12 days is a way for the program to move forward. Acutely aware that solar project developers need to be able to start selling these projects to subscribers. And one of the things that guides me in the community solar discussion is customer point of view, right? So if I'm a potential community solar subscriber, I really want to know what it is I'm signing up for. So having clear documents and clear understanding of that and knowing what things are going to cost, that's just fundamentally important. And then any customer who doesn't choose to subscribe in community solar also must be treated fairly in this situation. So anyway, that's really just personal point of view of what happened in the last 12 days. How did we get to here? So anyway, I know there's a lot of interest in this case and just wanted to provide that perspective. So anyway, we've got before us a recommended order. There were still improvements being made to it this morning, so you saw we got handed a copy just before we started. So I guess one of the things that we've been trying to figure out this morning is how to communicate how this order interacts with the recommended decision, because the proposed order in front of us, which we haven't voted on, so it's not the final order yet, largely adopts the recommended decision, would be my characterization of it. But not all. And some things it better explains maybe what's in the recommended decision, and some things it says, no, we need to do this differently than what was in the recommended decision. So there was ordering paragraphs in recommended decision. There were 48 of them. There aren't that many in the one that we're looking at here. So trying to figure out how to communicate what has changed and what hasn't has really been the work that's been going on this morning. So one thing I thought was, as a commission, and we don't even have to move it to have a discussion, but similar to what we've done on complicated cases in the past, we could move for adoption of this final order and then have a process where we walk through potential amendments. We could just start with discussion before we get to a motion. I just want to facilitate, and again, what I said 12 days ago is the goal here is to go far, so let's go together. I want to make sure people have a chance to talk through whatever remaining issues you see with this final order. So anyway, sorry for the long-winded introduction, but just throwing it over to my fellow commissioners for what's your pleasure.
Chairman, I think that would be a fine idea to move to adopt this order and then discuss it. I will say that for me, what is important here is to answer as many questions as we can and make as many decisions as we can. And I think that this draft order that our council has provided us does a lot of that. And I think that's really after the delays that have been experienced in this proceeding. I think that's what the best outcome would be, is for us to make difficult decisions here. So that would work for me as your proposed process.
I agree as well, Mr. Chair, that we have a process by which we vote on some amendments one by one to this order. I would suggest that we have a little more discussion up front, perhaps, before getting into the individual items.
Yeah, I would say, now's an opportunity for discussion up front. If you want to structure the discussion, that'd be the value of moving adoption of this final order before we have the discussion, but either way works for me. So is there anything you wanted to start with, Commissioner?
Yes, I guess, a few big picture items. Last open meeting, I was proposing that we potentially reopen the rulemaking process in an expedited manner in order to really tie up some loose ends and to have a very clear program going forward. I thought at the time that it might be possible to do such a rulemaking in 3 months. I've learned since then that the fastest that we can possibly do a rulemaking is half a year, given due process, allowing parties to comment at each phase. And that simply, doesn't seem to be the right answer at this stage of the game. I agree that we need to go ahead and expeditiously provide clarity to developers so that they can move forward. And I think we can work with the rule we have, even though there are parts of it that I disagree with. I do think that the rule, having been adopted 2.5 years ago, is something that the developers relied on when they bid into the community solar process. And I don't think it would be wise to change the rules of the game at this point. However, ahead of round 2, I think that is completely fair game to change aspects of the program and how the solar bill credit is calculated. And at the same time, I would recommend that we include language in this order stating that future revisions of the act pertaining to the solar bill credit would not apply to these round 1 projects. So I guess those were some of my initial comments. One big issue is, clearly we're adopting the final order with the exception of whatever is specified in this order that may conflict with it. Another possibility is to not do that and to hold and reserve all findings and conclusions in the RD except as expressly stated in this order. That's sort of a big issue that I wanted to discuss.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just had 2 questions and because I don't know where we would address them in final order, it's probably more appropriate to ask now, but what do you mean when you're talking about round 1?
I mean, the first trench of community solar projects, the first 200 megawatts that, we've had the procurement process, that's what I'm referring to as round 1.
Yeah, so is it defined as 200 megawatts? Is it defined as the short list? Is it defined as the wait list?
Well, I'm not sure the best way to characterize it, but my intent would be the outcome of this first competitive process. So this, you could describe it as a vintage, the projects that come online as a result of this first 200 megawatts of competitive procurement. There's a cleaner way to describe that.
I mean, it's just we're working in a pretty fluid environment, and so it wasn't clear to me exactly where round 1 begins and ends.
Well, I mean, my intent, the intent behind this would be, if a project drops out and there's another project in the wait list to replace it, then that project would also fall under the rubric of selected as a result of the first round process.
Okay, so 200 megawatts as composed of the projects from the short list and the wait list.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next one, I think just again, my goal today is to approve a final order that gives the elements of what's needed to move forward, right? So for me, I understand that to be the credit, the administrative cost writer, and then the forms that are needed. And then I guess I don't quite understand this concept of what you described, and I can't even remember the words exactly of holding the RD aside so
Yes,
we can
yes.
revisit it later.
So allow me to explain. There are elements of the RD's findings and conclusions that do not directly pertain to the solar bill credit or what companies would need to know in order to begin operating and offering subscriptions. So there are things like a definition of the public interest, which is not required for us to make. And if we simply adopt everything in the RD, we're going to be adopting those kind of things too. And so, you know, another option is we could continue with this current language that we're adopting the RD and specify a few exceptions.
Okay, I think I understand that better. I also think we'll get to that at the end of this, so. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I guess if there are specific provisions in the decretal paragraphs of the RD to discuss, I'm happy to do that, but I don't favor holding these issues in reserve or pushing them off. There are so many issues, you know, like 48 decretal paragraphs here that have already been debated and a recommendation already provided that are before us right now. I don't see the value in relitigating those issues. I see more value in deciding them right now. I think if there are specific ones of those to discuss, that any one commissioner wants to raise, you know, for their concerns or opposition to them, I'm happy to do that. With everything else, I want to make a decision on today.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't I go ahead and just list the RD's findings and conclusions that I would prefer that we not adopt in this final order. So number 32, 33, and 37. So 32 is the public interest definition.
Well, there is a public interest definition in the final order. And to me, that wasn't in conflict with what's in the final order. So is it a bigger thing you want to do than just go to the RD? You want to delete that from the final order?
No, let's see, Mr. Getko, where is this in the final order? The public interest definition?
I am reviewing. My initial response to that would be that I do not see that it is defined in the final order separately from what the recommended decision would have defined.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, may I weigh in? If you look at paragraph 20 of the order, it says specifically, in this order, the commission does not determine whether or not it is in the public interest for non-subscribers to subsidize subscribers as allowed by the act. Then it does say something about what might be included or what would be included in such a determination. This isn't a comprehensive definition. It just says such a finding would require a determination as to whether a subsidy is necessary to, quote, reasonably allow for the creation, financing, and accessibility of community solar facilities as required by the act. And it goes on to describe how there's no, that might require a record that concerning the financial viability of projects within the program, which is not in the record. Now, this isn't a total definition, but it is saying this would be part of a public interest examination.
Yeah, I guess that's where I was coming from, is that in contrast where we've limited, just deleted one concept from the broader public interest discussion that's in the RD. So that leaves in the RD everything except what got excised. And then what I'm seeing here is the thing that I was thinking hit it more directly has been redlined out by somebody. So, which, the purpose of the program, legislature gave us a job to implement and administer the program. In so doing, we recognize that for the program to be successful, projects must be financeable, or layman's term is they need to be able to move forward. And so moving forward requires understanding how components of program will work together. So anyway, that to me was also an expression of public interest that's in the final order that somebody apparently doesn't want in the final order. It would help to understand your concern with saying that implementing a law is not in the public interest.
I don't think I'm saying that. What I think I'm saying is that if we're not making a determination of whether it's in the public interest for non-subscribers to subsidize subscribers, why do we need to come up with a new definition of public interest? It's not required in order to adopt this order. And I think it hasn't been sufficiently discussed.
Yeah, I mean, it's pointing to the value, the public interest is minimally the values identified in the statute 6231. So I guess I wouldn't characterize that as a new definition of the public interest.
Well, Mr. Gecko, isn't that an abbreviation that of what the RD does? I mean, 32 is let's see which letter in the RD RD certainly contains a more expansive definition of public interest than that.
That's correct. The RD goes through a discussion of the positions that were presented by the parties as to the public interest and weighs whether whether it should be stated that because the legislature passed the Community Solar Act, therefore a successful program should be understood to be in the public interest. And what it does is it steps through what would the values be that are provided by a successful community solar program. Because if the program is going to be in the public interest, it's not merely for the matter of the program existing, though that argument is made. The RD says, well, if the legislature said it would be in the public interest for this program to succeed, there must be values connected with a successful program that would be in the public interest. And so then what it does is it looks for statutory understandings of what are the values that are considered to be in the public interest. And then it looks at the record and it ties those values established through statute to the results of a successful program that are testified to within the record. And so it goes one level below, deeper than simply because the legislation has been passed, it is in the public interest, though that is an argument that I believe individuals in this world, of course, believe has merit, that the legislature does define what is in the public interest, but the RD goes a little farther than that, and hence paragraph 32 in the findings and conclusions makes reference to that statute, and the more expansive text is in the body of the RD. And I could point to that. I just need a little time here. I have the RD in front of me.
Yeah, I do see on bottom of page 88 of the RD, from these statutory provisions, it follows that the public interest encompasses, but is not limited to, the development, growth, and expansion of the general welfare, business, and industry of the state. And then it goes on to state reasonable or proper services may be available at fair, just, and reasonable rates, capital investment attracted to New Mexico so as to provide for the construction, development, and extension of proper plants and facilities. That those two latter are directly from the law, and the first provision seems to be novel. Would that be a fair characterization?
Commissioner Ellison.
I'm
which-
sorry, I was muted. Did you say page 92? I was still.
I was saying bottom of page 88 is what I saw as of the RD.
Commissioner Ellison, which one did you say would be novel?
So the first sort of clause there, from these statutory provisions, it follows that the public interest encompasses, but is not limited to, the development, growth, and expansion of the general welfare, business, and industry of the state. The latter two clauses come straight from the statute, as far as I can tell.
The development, growth, and expansion of the general welfare, business, and industry of the state is the one that you're highlighting as possibly being novel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me go up. Off the top of my head, my recollection is that is also tied to. Yeah, they're I mean, if you go up the page, A3, if we read that, public utilities, as defined in section 62.3.3, are affected with the public interest in that, among other things, 3, the development and extension of public utilities business directly affects the development, growth, and expansion of the general welfare, business, and industry of the state. That specifically ties it to public utilities. Community solar facilities are not in and of themselves public utilities, but they become connected to that system and play an ancillary role. And so in the sense of it, is it novel? Slightly, in that it expands it to beyond public utilities to what would be a non-public utility private investment that accomplishes development, growth, and expansion.
Okay, so none of the wording here is novel, but it's just being applied to community solar.
I think that's a correct statement.
Okay. Well, I feel slightly better about it, but I'm still not sure why we need to, to come up with a definition of public interest when it's not really called for. But I don't want to get bogged down on this. I'm sure we'll have an up or down vote, and we'll see what happens. The next one was the subsidy, number 33 in the RD was a definition of subsidy. And, here again, if we're not making a determination on subsidy, do we really need to adopt this? It's not gonna impact, developers getting started. It's only going to impact what you consider to be that, the 3% cap. And this is a fairly small program to start off with, and all the indications are that we would not be that at that level.
I think the credit paradigm that is being proposed in this draft order does change it enough that this definition maybe is not appropriate anymore. And I would say the same about paragraph 37.
And if you'll permit me, Mr. Chair, there's one other that I wanted to bring up. Number 22 in the findings of the RD, we've got a recommendation that customers with behind the meter solar should be able to participate in the community solar program. And it goes further on to say that a subscriber should not be limited to having only one community solar subscription. So they should be able to have subscriptions with multiple community solar facilities. I happen to disagree with both of those points. I think that the intent of this legislation was to allow people who do not have rooftop access or do not have the financial means to purchase solar panels and the solar facility to subscribe to have a slice of community solar. And I don't think that those objectives are furthered by allowing people with behind the meter solar to sign up. I also think that when you start a new program, you want to start it as simply as possible. And I think we would be making things needlessly complicated. I can only imagine the difficulties if someone wanted to dispute their bill and they've got behind the meter solar and they've got a community solar subscription. So my feeling is that at least at this time, we say that someone with behind the meter solar is not eligible to sign up for community solar, and that we could revise that in the future if we felt that a revision was warranted. I also, for similar reasons, think that we would be making it needlessly complicated to allow a subscriber to sign up for multiple community solar projects. I think, there's nothing stopping a subscriber from switching their subscription to another facility in another billing period. But, if we've got a customer who uses, say, 500 kilowatt hours a month, subscribing to 5 different community solar projects for 100 kilowatt hours each, the headache and administrative burden behind that, I just do not see that as being warranted at this time. Again, I think when you're starting a new program, you ought to keep it simple. So, I would recommend language that would not adopt the recommended decision on those points.
Thank you. So this has been good. What I haven't heard is a showstopper where we shouldn't start with, let's work through the final order and see if we can get to the end. And I'm confident we can based on what I heard. So anyway, I'll move for adoption of the phase 2 final order that's been provided here this morning.
I second.
Commissioner Ellison.
Oh,
Now we're into discussion phase.
I'm sorry. Sorry about
with the provision that we're discussing point by point.
Yeah, so then floor is open for discussion on the motion. I guess what we've done in the past is we can just develop a list of things that maybe we want to talk about some more about the draft that's in front of us. On that, I guess the first time on my list would be deletion of the purpose of the program section.
Yeah, I can. This is paragraph 14, 15, 16.
Yeah, it's
17.
paragraph. Yeah, 14 is the first.
I would be fine keeping that. I just did not think that this was adding anything new to the draft.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it was similar to this whole discussion on public interest is, I agree. It's not probably required. For me, it was just a statement of intention that just having a set of forms and tariffs isn't really what's needed to get to public interest for this program. We actually need projects. So that was it, was just emphasizing that intention is to go beyond just approving things. Because there have been programs in the past with the commission where they set up a rule and they set up a process and then nothing ever happened. Like one was that I remember was using biomethane. So anyway, there was a lot of process and things just to create opportunity for that to happen. It didn't happen. That was a different situation because we didn't have a state law telling us it needs to happen. So that was where I'm sitting, is just from my experience with that, is it's not just today doesn't satisfy the public interest. What satisfies public interest is getting subscriptions out there and projects moving.
Commissioner Aguilar, just
Whether that's
clarification.
necessary or not, I don't know, but to me, that was the fact of it.
Sorry for the interruption. Which paragraph were you talking about? I'm sorry.
This is section A, which describes the purpose of the program, and there's nothing in here that I disagree with. I thought this was trying to set up section B and didn't think it was necessary. So I would, this is not something that if it stays in, that's absolutely fine with me.
Well, it could be just having made my speeches enough. It doesn't necessarily have to have the words on the page, but.
I don't have a strong opinion about that. I could.
Okay. So then next item,
Chairman, just so we're keeping that in.
okay, I guess since I'm the one that was sponsoring it, and I think I've satisfied what I needed to do by making a speech, I'm okay with taking it out. So we're still on approval of the draft order because the draft includes deleting that.
Okay.
So no motion to amend required, I think. So that means it's out.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so next was just seemed to me like trying to make sure we had words right, and again, the whole goal was clarity of communication. So there, the next thing that I thought was worth talking about was what we already talked about, was this paragraph about first round. So that was paragraph 22. So if anybody's got something before paragraph 22.
Let me quickly mention one other paragraph, number 18. I'm fine with the general idea. I'm just not completely sure that it's clear, the way it describes the utilities monthly minimum charge includes a portion of costs that vary with the amount of energy provided to consumer. I'm just not sure that's very clear. It may be better to have some language that talks about the customer service charge component of the rates, and saying that the customer service charge is for servicing each customer, and it's something that these are services that are needed for community solar subscribers and non-subscribers alike, and therefore it's appropriate to subtract that from this TARR. In other words, community solar subscribers ought to be charged those costs that are related to customer services. Essentially, whether, regardless of how those costs are recovered, whether they're recovered through a fixed charge or whether they're recovered through a volumetric charge. So, again, I'm not opposed to it. I just wonder if there could be a clearer way of expressing that.
Well, we're kind of at rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
So if you don't have words,
Well, I've got some words and I can put them on the screen for our viewing pleasure.
well,
Let-
hold off on
Yeah.
that, because I think I'm gonna, when we get to it, propose that we take a break to read some stuff. So if you could
Sure.
instead get it to Mackley or Jennifer and print it out.
Sure. We'll do that.
Okay, so we're at paragraph 18 and heading towards 22. Is there anything in between those two?
Sir, this is Kevin. There, I made an effort at a footnote that is footnote number 15. I don't believe after a reassessment and discussions that I've had this morning that it accomplishes anything more than what the text does, and I could not come up with a solution that accomplished the goal, and I believe it should be deleted. And of course, that is your decision to make, commissioners, but I know that I discussed that with more than one individual separately, and I'm not sure that I was successful. I had raised the issue and volunteered to try to come up with a solution, and I wasn't able to. And therefore, the body as it stands and as provided by you all as commissioners, I don't remember who did it, I would say to go with that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gecko. So is there a champion for the footnote number 15?
Yeah, I think it's not bad. I mean, I think it, provides a little clarity about what do we mean by clawback mechanism. But
Okay, so it's on the list of potential items in our motion to edit the draft. So I'll just put a pin in it. We'll get back to that. And then again, what I was talking about in paragraph 22 is that we just, instead of just say selected in the first round, we say projects in the first, the first 200 megawatts of projects selected from the existing short list and wait list. And then we can also have a discussion of whether we even want paragraph 22.
Right. Yeah, and just for the benefit of the audience, says the commission notes that any changes to the calculation of the credit that may be adopted in the rulemaking will not apply to projects selected in the first round. And I would just say that I appreciate the spirit here, and want to be clear that it says in a rulemaking proceeding. I think that in any kind of similar process, you're an entity, you come in with certain expectations. And it wouldn't be fair to drastically change those, I think, if something in a rulemaking proceeding. And so that's how I read this, that it was focused to any rule, not just.
right. Again, the idea I've expressed that, I'm not, I don't think the way our rule specifies the calculation of the solar bill credit is a good one. I may seek to revisit that, but I would want new terms, which, may result in a lower solar bill credit to apply to future projects, not current projects that, have received financing and have gone forward on the basis that has been outlined, that is in our current rule. I think that would not be fair to current projects.
Yeah, so I guess just in the world of, is it necessary to say that or not? I mean, I know like when a utility files an application, the application has to be judged based on the rules that are in place when they file the application, not a rule that follows. So I guess, Mr. Fisk, is this something that's worth saying? Because we're in a weird world where these projects will come on at their own pace over time, and it could be we won't even get through the first 200 before we have a new rule.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have to make, the commission doesn't have to make that decision here. The commission can make that decision in the rulemaking proceeding. And you might get comments from both sides that say, from commenters saying, we don't think you can change this midstream for projects that have already been selected. And you might get comments that say, well, of course you can for ones that are going to go forward. And so we don't have a record of comments about that here. We don't have to decide it here. So it could be removed.
And the value of putting it in now would be, so the first 200 know what their rules are, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because really, in the future, were we to revise the methodology around the solar bill credit calculation in the rule, that would arguably apply to everybody, and the solar bill credit is not in a contract. It's a rate that is going to be, you would think is going to be updated from time to time. And so this would just put a stake in the ground and say that, we're going to use this methodology for this first round of projects, and changes to the methodology are going to apply to future rounds of projects that had adequate notice that there would be a different methodology.
Yeah, and I think that certainty should always exist, that you've entered into a process, and decisions such as, one on a solar bill credit are made as, in this case, as a developer or any other party. You should feel confidence in that decision. And so I don't think that the paragraph is necessary. I know that if a potential change came up, that would be something that I would be considering, is that once you've achieved a certain level of progress in a process, you're depending, and your lenders are depending on those decisions. And so this kind of is more restrictive in case there are small changes that would not impact somebody's or a developer's viability. There might be some small tweaks. I just kind of leaving the door open for some flexibility. And I think what this is trying to do is provide certainty. And I guess what I'm saying is I think that certainty should be there already.
Yeah, that was my first, that was the question I had for Mr. Fisk, is does this go without saying? I think just thinking through how things can develop over time. It could be, we have 200 megawatts subscribed by first quarter of next year. Could also be, it'll take a while to build into that, and we're gonna proceed with rulemaking regardless, so. I came into this thinking exactly what you just said, that should go without saying, but I think there is enough potential for overlap and just want to tell people that's not let's apply this to this other group isn't an argument worth making. So I guess I'm leaning towards leaving it in, but if we're gonna leave it in, we definitely need to define what first round means, because
That's fine.
you could say, hey, we're on round 13. I don't know. If you're somebody who's been working with us for a while.
Commissioners? I think it may help to think of it in terms of, is it not needed legally? That, and Russell's answer, the way I understand it, is without it, legally, options would be on the table in the future. And so for pragmatic concerns that you all are expressing, that would weigh in favor of its inclusion.
Thank you for that. Okay, so then the next is paragraph 23, which is where I'm seeing the natural landing place for if we want to include more on like a Rosetta Stone of what gets superseded or replaced or rejected or whatever in the RD with this final order. We've got a analysis provided by Mr. Gegko late last night. That kind of just walks through all the decretal paragraphs, not the ordering paragraphs, in the recommended decision with kind of his opinion on what the draft final order does. So I don't know, we could provide that document. We could also just distill it down to the things that are clearly changed or by this final order, do something in the middle. So teeing that up, also just tell you, I think now this is the moment where I was thinking it might be valuable to take a break. We can read the text that you'd like to propose for paragraph 18. And then before we do that, I want to know if commissioners have any feelings about or any recommendation on what we do with that. We can just be silent and let the chips fall where they may. We could try to provide a little more guidance. And so then what form do you think that should take? If you feel like this speaks for itself and people can do their own analysis of how it changes the RD, then we don't need to do that. But I think there would be some value in at least saying these are the paragraphs of the RD that are changed by this order.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I do too, and I was, I guess, being handed this, I was, I don't know, maybe incorrectly, but under the assumption that we would be including these decretal paragraphs as an appendix.
Yeah, I know that's another suggestion, and I have no problem with that being an outcome either. I just thought with the amount of information that's come in the last, say, 24 hours, it's probably worth it just to measure twice.
Yeah.
And then come back and my going in recommendation would be at least include in the final order a list of paragraphs that have been changed or modified by this final order. The better, maybe more complete would be include this analysis as an appendix. So when you're in your break, think about, is that okay to just make this exhibit B to the final order is another solution. And if you've got a third solution, we can hear it too. So does that work, commissioners? Is just take 20 minutes and come back and finish this?
Yes, that works for me.
Okay, so it's 11:25 now. Let's
Sir?
just say, yes, sir.
Just one thing, the language that has been being used is decretal paragraphs. Given the language that in paragraph 23 with reference to the findings and conclusions of the RD, the document that you have is a review of the findings and conclusions of the RD, and I will probably use, I've also done that work with the decretal paragraphs, and I will do some work during the break to see if there is anything unique between the decretal paragraphs and the finding and conclusions of the RD. Because if that were to be the case, we may want to include a piece of both and slightly change the language in paragraph 23.
Okay, appreciate that. And yeah, OGC's been around me long enough to know I am imprecise with my words. So thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, just to add, I think that makes a lot of sense because, yes, in the findings and conclusions section, as Kevin noted in paragraph 23, it says that all the findings, the commission adopts and incorporates all findings and conclusions of the RD to the extent that they are consistent with this order. And then ordering paragraph E, so that goes to the findings and conclusions, or ordering paragraph D or E, I'm sorry, says all issues not expressly ruled upon in this order are reserved for potential future proceedings. So if the commission incorporated a list of those decretal paragraphs that from the RD that would be incorporated by reference, then that would be considered expressly ruled upon in this order. So we could include a statement that the commission, that's how we could deal with decretal paragraphs separately from the findings and conclusions.
Yeah, thank you for that also, Mr. Fisk. I guess I'm still of a mind that today's all about moving the ball as far as we can with as much certainty as we can. So I would have to be convinced why we're reserving anything. So hopefully that's helpful when you're doing your review. Okay, so let's say we'll come back at noon, nice normal time. And then for those of you who are here, you're winners. The commission is doing a bake-off. And so there are baked goods out in the break room with little forms that you can judge. And then we also, I know that we do have somebody here to provide public comment. Maybe now would be a good time to do that. Arrived here a little late, so. So we're gonna take a public comment and then be on break till noon.
I appreciate this. Thank you very much. My name is. Thank you. I am County Commissioner Camilla Bustamante, District 3, Santa Fe. And I am here in the interest of my constituents who have asked me to look for accountability with regard to the outages in La Cienega, New Mexico, which is in District 3, in the southern part of Santa Fe County. To that end, we have had over 65 outages since 2022, 11 since July, and according to PNM, which has been unresponsive to the most recent, which I understand has been mostly statewide, there were a lot of problems in the most recent snow. When we look at the map of those areas in District 3 that are coming on for being able to have solar, many of our areas, Los Rios, along Madrid, San Marcos area, have all gone yellow. The La Cienega area stays bright red. So in that, we are the least served in that area for our ability to get solar, and the outages have been such that people have lost food in their refrigerators, etc. The greatest concern are for those whose family are on life support. And we do have people who are of lesser means than many people. And I've heard from them with regard to having to get more than one generator to support their family. So in that interest, we're looking for some support and accountability. I look for any assistance. I'm grateful for the card of Ms. Curry, but whatever I can do, I'm hearing that my constituents need that kind of support, and we're bringing it to your attention. So thank you.
Thank you. And sorry we missed you during the public comment session, but we heard you and glad you're here today.
I appreciate it. It happened earlier than I got here because I am on the far side of the county. So thank you very much for your time and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to being on break until noon, and again, carbs and sugar in the break.
I'm gonna grab that off the printer.
You okay?
Apart from the coughing. I'm
Yeah,
fine.
the drinking problem.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. So what happened in the break was, went through the materials just to try to figure out how to land this airplane on the deck. And, what I saw was, especially when we look at ordering paragraphs too, there's a lot. Just, there's lots of paragraphs, right? So there's actually quite a few that are affected. So, I'm leaning towards your recommendation, Commissioner Aguilera, that a version of this gets included as an appendix to the final order. I'm also of the belief that there's a few things in here that we need to decide, but most of it is pretty objective. So, don't know that we have to get the words on what this exhibit is perfect right now. That's something that could be improved overnight, before the order gets issued, maybe. Don't know how Mr. Gecko feels about that, but, I mean, I've been through your comments, Mr. Gecko. They make sense to me. Again, you don't want me giving the final analysis of a legal document, but. So anyway, what I was gonna do is just walk through the items on the find and conclude paragraphs that I think we need to make a choice on, and then resume where we were at on the final order, which we're almost done. And then just go through one more time to make sure, see if anybody wants to make a motion to amend what's on the table, and the motion that's on the table is approval of this draft final order. So just to let people know what I'm planning to do before I launch into doing it. So having said that, when we were talking about this before we moved approval of draft order, Commissioner Ellison on this list of paragraphs of findings and conclusions that's in the RD, something that you proposed that the commission not adopt in the final order is paragraph 22. That's the provisions about customers being able to have more than one subscription, rooftop and the like. So I think we do need to have a decision and guidance on that before we turn it back to Mr. Giggo to finish it. So my summary would be you'd like to delete that paragraph. Is that a fair summary? Or state in the final order, we're not adopting.
Looks
that
like
paragraph.
my microphone is out here. Great. Thank you. I don't know what's going on with that. So what I would say about paragraph 22 is that of the findings in the RD, that the first sentence should read, the commission should not allow customers with behind the meter solar to participate in the community solar program, period. Moreover, a subscriber may have only one community solar subscription during a given billing period.
Yeah, hopefully our audio is okay because we got something weird going on in the room here, so I don't know if people online can hear us, but Mr. Gecko, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you okay, but I was sitting there saying, did I miss a question to me? I'm sorry, I heard it all, but there was one little blip in it, so.
No, I was just using you as our sound check, which may not be the best because YouTube's the sound we got worried about, but what Commissioner Ellison is proposing is replacing paragraph 22 from the RD with commission should not allow customers with behind the meter solar to participate in community solar program. Moreover, a customer can only have one community solar subscription during a billing period. And so anyway, that's the suggestion that's on the floor. And then, like I say, I just didn't know if people could hear us, so that's why I threw it to you. Sounds like you can hear us. So any discussion on Commissioner Ellison's proposal here?
Yeah, I would like to discuss that. I think unfortunately there are many situations where a net metered customer has been serviced with an undersized rooftop solar system for their needs. And the intent of the act here is to allow subscribers to offset their usage, not more than their usage. And so I think combining both of those ideas, I see where there is value for some customers who have undersized systems, or perhaps something changes with the system that it no longer provides the 100% offset, or close to it, as they had anticipated. So I think there is value there. On the other hand, I recognize that there potentially is a cost, and we don't really know how many of these customers would be interested. I would prefer not to close the door on this possibility. And so I would be, depending on where we are, I think for me, one solution could be to make this decision without prejudice so that it could be proposed again, maybe when we have data. However, I would also support keeping the RD's recommendation.
Yeah, so now it's my turn for my mic.
You can use mine.
Let's use that one. Yeah, when I was analyzing the RD, I found the utilities, the argument you made in terms of making these modifications that resonated the most with me was about simplicity. It's a new program, so let's not make it hard, especially because we want to make it happen. But when I was analyzing the RD, the biggest thing I found when I looked at that topic was I found the utilities arguments to be pretty unpersuasive. What they said was, gee, if somebody does this, we're going to have to buy some enormously expensive computer system. That doesn't match. And then they also said there won't be very many people doing this. So that just doesn't match my experience. That if you have not very many people doing something, you hand bill them, and they are already hand billing complicated big customers. So their own argument kind of defeated itself for me. So that, in addition to what Commissioner Aguilera said, is, not everybody can put on their roof what they want to or need to meet their needs. I'd rather, in the world of where am I gonna be wrong, I'd rather allow access and see what happens. But I agree, I appreciate your argument. I like I say, that whole let's make it simple so we can make it work resonates with me, but just on balance, I'd say I'd prefer to leave the RD as is. for that one.
For the other issue, one customer picking different subscriptions to community solar programs. I'm just wondering why someone would want to do that. I think what's more important is that they have the ability to subscribe to one of them. Now my microphone stopped. Can you hear me, Mr. Getko?
I can hear you very clearly.
Oh, okay,
Maybe blinking it's almost dead.
okay.
So,
And Kevin, can you still hear me?
I can.
Okay. So I guess if there is a cost associated to this, I don't know that I see a value that would outweigh those costs.
okay, so what it looks like on this one is, again, you're free to make any motion you want. It's likely to fail. So do you want to move, just get a vote on the record to delete that paragraph or modify it as you suggested, or?
I mean, I don't know if I'm being here, just to clarify, what I heard was Commissioner Aguilera agreeing with my point that a subscriber should be able to have only one subscription at a time. And the RD recommends the opposite. The RD says that these restrictions should be rejected. So I heard agreement with that second point.
Yeah, maybe I misheard, but so I'd say make your proposal and let's see what happens.
Thank you. Yeah. So I would propose in instead of the paragraph 22, the following, this could be two separate motions. I mean, so one would be that the commission determines at this time that a subscriber may have only one community solar subscription during a given billing period.
And Commissioner Ellison, do you have draft language there that if it's adopted, I can use?
I'm sorry?
Do you have language there? You have it written out just in case it is adopted so we could use that language?
Yes.
Okay. Then I won't ask you to repeat then.
Okay, a subscriber may, the commission determines at this time that a subscriber may have only one community solar subscription during a given billing period. And then I'm going to separately propose another point.
Okay, so just to keep it clean and easy for Mr. Gecko, what your proposal would be then is a motion to add something to the draft final order.
I suppose so, but it would contradict what's in 22 if we just add it. So,
Well, no, if you add something in the final order that says.
oh,
the
I'm
commission
sorry.
finds
Yes,
it, then
yes,
it
exactly.
supersedes the RD.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's exactly what I would propose, that we have some language in the final order, and, one at the appropriate place, that that we have the following, that the commission determines that at this time, a subscriber may only have one community solar subscription during a given billing period.
Yeah, I guess you confused me with, before we started this, is the way paragraph 22 in the RD is written, it says that restriction should be rejected. So we are creating that restriction.
So I disagree with that restriction being rejected.
Okay. Well, I'm still on, let's leave the RD alone on paragraph 22.
And can I borrow your mic? As I'm going back to this, I think the other part here is that this could be a larger customer. Maybe like an apartment complex that is metered. Or just any one entity that might need to be one subscriber, but in reality has different customers within. I think that I probably would also prefer to leave it as is entirely. I think it starts to get too complicated because we're also talking about subscription per premise, and there are nuances there that, I think to the logic of the net metering, the RD was not persuaded by the arguments the utilities raised with respect to the costs, and upon my read of it, I thought the RD was reasonable in that regard. And I think to try to separate this out right here is too complicated for to identify the nuanced circumstances that might occur.
So let me rephrase that. So, so this would be something in the final order. So this would say something like, the commission rejects paragraph 22 in the final order. At this time, behind the meter solar customers should not be allowed to participate in the community solar program. My RD's findings here was that in the rule and the statute, and the RD couldn't find anything that would prohibit a behind the meter solar customer from also participating in the community solar program. But I do think that, although the RD is the default, I think the commission always reserves the right to to make changes as it sees appropriate. And, again, I simply don't see this as being the purpose of the legislation. It was primarily designed for people who do not have access to a roof or do not have the financial means to put solar on the roofs to access community solar. And to the extent that we allow people with solar on their roofs to participate, especially with a very limited amount of community solar, we're crowding out potential subscribers who don't have rooftop access, in addition to it being something that is going to be complicated. So that's my motion.
Do we have a second?
Commissioner Ellison, would you be open to, thank you, maybe more of, so keeping the RD recommendation as is, and then requiring, I guess, a reporting later to see how many customers. I see your point that there are certain customers that this law wanted to target to make community solar accessible to, and the situation where other customers might who do have access to rooftop solar might take up some of those subscriptions and spots. I think that could be something the commission could consider in the future. However, I think there's also some speculation there, because we could also be in a situation where there are subscriptions still left over. And so why would we want to preclude the net metered customers from availing themselves of some of that capacity? And so I guess maybe something, that could say that the commission could reevaluate this at a later date, when more information is available.
Sure, I think that would be a helpful addition to say something in the order that paragraph 22 of the RD is accepted. However, the commission wishes to monitor the percentage of subscriptions by those with behind the meter solar, and may reevaluate the determination in paragraph 22 in the future.
Okay, can you did you get that motion, you think, Mr. Gecko?
No, I didn't keep up with my writing. I'm sorry.
Okay, could
But
you?
I could
restate?
always access the YouTube later as needed too.
I actually think I might have it. So we'd add to the final order something saying, decretal paragraph number 22 of the RD is accepted, but the commission will monitor the percentage of subscriptions that are behind the meter customers and may reject or may modify this policy in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Do we have a second?
I second.
I'll second.
Did I make the motion? Can I second my own motion?
So moved by Commissioner Ellison, seconded by Commissioner Aguilera. So this is a motion to amend the draft final order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Aguilera
Aye.
and Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to modify the proposed final order as just discussed is adopted 3-0.
Thank you. Okay, the next thing that was questionable maybe in terms of interaction with recommended decision that we discussed earlier was paragraph 32. My just sense of it is it's harmless to leave it in. There was an argument to take it out. Do we want to include something in the final order to take it out? That was the paragraph that says what is in the public interest is minimally what the values identified in NMSA 1978, paragraph 62-3-1.
I suppose I would like to take it out, but it's not a I'm also seeing it's not doesn't do a lot of harm. So I guess I'll drop that.
Okay, thank you. And then the next was two related paragraphs. So definition of subsidy in paragraph 33 and then paragraph 37 that has a similar situation is because we provided this table, maybe that definition isn't perfect anymore. So my memory of this conversation we had earlier today would be just, it's probably safer to say that if you're confused, the final order is what to pay attention to, or just say those two have been replaced by what's in the final order. That's my memory of it. So anyway, if somebody has a better memory or ready to make a motion, let's do it.
And can we say that the final order does not adopt the definition of subsidy in paragraph 23 of the RD, and that we leave the issue for we reserve the issue for the future?
Yeah, that's a more elegant thing than I said for sure. I guess I would prefer just say the final order does not adopt paragraph 33.
That's fine.
Right, and I think those paragraphs are actually lettered.
Well, I'm still working on the find and conclude.
The
A lot of these get repeated then in the order.
The findings and conclusions should be numbered. The declaratory is lettered in the RD, if that's what you mean.
Right.
The RD.
Which letter are you seeing that it repeats that?
Yeah, okay, so it's just the RD has the decretal paragraphs. They have letters.
But this is not the decretal, this is the
Okay.
findings.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
happened during the break was Mr. Gedko then gave us similar analysis for the lettered paragraphs.
Okay,
And like I say, there's a lot of overlap between those two.
yes,
So anyway, I thought it'd be cleaner if we just worked through finds and concludes, and then a lot of what needs to be done to orders kind of falls out, but.
I'm with you.
Okay, so next was paragraph 37, related subsidization cap.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, have we decided that we'll
Well,
not adopt 33?
I was going to get a discussion on 37, and then maybe we just have one motion.
Okay.
And so anyway, my motion would be include in the final order a statement that the final order does not adopt paragraphs 33 and 37.
I'll second.
One more discussion on this. Your papers are filing up as good. Mr. Chris getting ready to vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilar.
Aye,
Mr. Chairman, the vote to modify the final order as just discussed is adopted 3-0.
Okay, so that was my list of things that, based on discussion, we probably should have decided in relationship between final order and RD. I recognize there's more to clean up there in the lettered paragraph, so I'm gonna ask Mr. Gedko if you could look at that and see if that changes anything about these pages you gave us of analysis, and I'll circle back to you when we get to finalizing the final order on that.
Mr. Chair, if I could interject, there were just a couple more issues in those findings and conclusions that I failed to mention previously, so happy to talk about those at the appropriate.
Yeah,
Fine.
I'd like to get this piece done, because then I think we can finish the
Finding
final order.
conclusions, sure. So in number 18 of the findings and conclusions, we have, it was proper for P&M to develop its solar bill credit rate with a distribution cost component that reflected the banding mechanism that was adopted in P&M's most recent general rate case, and EPE and SPS should follow the same procedure in developing their solar bill credit rates. You know, I seem to recall a protest by SPS that, you know, they actually don't do banding within their residential rates because they have a flat rate. And the question was, you know, are we, you know, forcing them to do something that doesn't make sense?
Mr. Gedko, do you have a recommendation on that? Because I mean, the footnote on here is that the table kind of fixes that problem, is my understanding.
The example that's provided in the table includes banding, and that comes from consultation with the economic advisor to the commission. As to whether SPS's residential rate is affected by banding, I would need to review the exception. Perhaps it could be accomplished that if a rate class is not affected by banding in the most recent rate case, then this finding and conclusion could be ignored. Because I see Commissioner Ellison perhaps ready to speak.
No, I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Gedko, I guess just to clarify, by banding mechanism, are we referring, so is this referring to the cost of service and how it's allocated between the different rate classes, or maybe I'm thinking, does it relate to the inclining block rates that P&M and EPE have, but SPS does not have?
The recommended decision, as I read it, understands the former of allocation to classes.
Okay,
the question
yeah.
of rates.
Okay, I see that. I'll drop my the issue then, because I am seeing it seems to refer more to the cost of service allocation between or among the different rate classes. My concern is that if we were saying P&M used a certain methodology for their residential class because of their inclining block rate, it would not make sense to force SPS to do that. But I suppose I was not reading that correctly.
Okay, you mentioned there were a couple items.
And the other one, in number 19, the next paragraph, the RD has, in the refiling of their solar bill credit rates subsequent to the issuance of a final order in this matter, qualifying utilities should state the methodology they have used to determine the value of the environmental attributes of RECs and whether a replacement methodology was considered in their most recent rate case. I'm wondering whether that's still relevant, since we're defining the solar bill credit in this order.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I guess what it boils down to is, do you want to give the utilities an extra homework assignment on environmental value of RECs? And maybe this isn't the right case to do that in.
Right. I think we want to be done with how the solar bill credit ought to be calculated for this first round of projects. And I would, rather not have this uncertainty.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. This one, Commissioner Ellison. So then I'd move that we include in the final order a statement that we're not adopting paragraph 19 from the RD.
I'll second.
Mr. Fisk.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
and Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to modify the proposed final order as just discussed is adopted 3-0.
Thank you. Are there any other, Mr. Ellison? Okay. Mr. Gidko, I know I'm asking you to multitask here, but if you see anything in the lettered paragraph section that is in addition to what we have done in the numbered paragraph section, I'll be asking you for that later.
Okay. Before we move along, my question is, so there's a fair amount of strike through in the document that I provided regarding the findings and conclusions from the RD. A fair number related to timing, the timing in the final order for the utilities to refile their tariffs is different than what was in here. Some of them are, number one, you said the discussion and all findings and conclusions contained in this recommended decision are hereby incorporated by reference as findings of fact and conclusions of law of the commission. I had struck that through because we aren't incorporating all of them. Do we need to, are you are the commissioners on board with those strike throughs as they exist right now?
I am, and then that was why I was giving you that homework assignment is one of the last things I was gonna do in this preparation of a final order is ask you to create Exhibit B, which as it stands is this document. I recognize some things might change as we finish the thing, so it'll be kind of an iteration, but like I say, I was trying to remove any objectivity from you creating Exhibit B. So that's really my request to you. Is there anything you'd have heartburn with? The examples you gave, I think, are totally objective, you know, and it's like, yeah, this is a different word than what's in the final order, so you struck it out, and I agree. So I just didn't want to put you in an uncomfortable position where after we voted, you're trying to make some decisions.
Right, let me scroll, I'm scrolling through right now on this, and if you can give me the time that it takes for me to complete that, just to make sure I don't have any more questions beyond the one I just asked you, I'd appreciate, that would be great.
And for those of you viewing at home, the final order is not very long, so this next part shouldn't take too much longer. And while Mr. Gecko's doing that, I'll just try to catch us up to the points where we do need to make a decision. Discussion, we talked about striking out what used to be paragraphs 14, 15, 16, 17. I think we landed in a place where that's okay to strike that out, so I'm not gonna make a motion to change the draft final order on that. Then the next point where we do need to make a decision would be what's now numbered paragraph 18. Commissioner Ellison provided us some additional text to put in there with the goal of making things clearer. So I reviewed that during the break and I conferred with the economic advisors who helped us put the table together, and their recommendation was, yes, let's include this language and with a revision that instead of saying customer service charge, it just says customer cost. So that, you know, the draft you provided said customer service charge component. The economic advisors say do customer cost component because they thought that tracks better with what we've done there. So anyway, that would be my suggestion is let's go ahead and adopt the language Commissioner Ellison's proposing with that one edit.
Right, I guess I think there, by my count, 5 instances to change that. And then in the third line of the highlighting, I think it says the word "are," which should be "or."
Commissioners, in my review, there's more than just a replacement of those words. The structure of the paragraph is slightly different from the order that you have been operating from. Is that incorrect?
What do you mean by the structure of the paragraph, Mr. Gitko?
So, here, I'm bringing them up. Just a second. I got a number of documents rolling now. Just a second, sorry. Commissioners. For example, on the highlighted portion that it says, it starts with "in particular." That is not in the draft final order that is on the table.
Correct. What we're talking about is amendment to add the text that's in yellow to the draft final order. So it'll be a motion to revise the draft final.
That's very helpful. It's both to add that language and then also accomplish putting customer cost at the spots that you've identified to replace service charge. I
Yeah,
understand.
it's a three-part move. Add it. What has been suggested to add, edit it by replacing service charge with cost. And then there was a third edit, which was replace an R with an or, and that's what people were thinking about.
Yeah, and so just that one, maybe just checking on, I think it should be or, but maybe.
Okay, just to clarify, I guess what I've proposed is 18 would be the new 18, and what is highlighted is, I guess, text that is added. It doesn't show the text that was deleted. So this isn't a strike through.
Yeah, I think that might be what confused Mr. Kidco.
Right, so it's not a, yeah, I didn't show what has been deleted, but what is not in highlight is what's there now. And then the highlighted language would replace language that's there. And I wanted to check, Commissioner Aguilera, the or would be at the end of the third line.
Right, that when I read it, that's what makes sense to me. But that's why maybe just doing another.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see a problem. I had a different version of it, and something happened there. Regardless of whether these costs, okay, the commission finds that the customer service cost component of the rate should be subtracted from the TAR, regardless of whether these costs are being recovered through maybe a fixed monthly or volumetric charge. So I apologize for that. There's some wording that is redundant there. So regardless of whether these costs are being recovered through a fixed monthly or volumetric charge, so a fixed month customer service costs are recovered through should go.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we have enough of an understanding of what we're doing here that I'll move for replacement of paragraph 18 from the draft final order with the draft we just discussed.
A second.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to modify the final order paragraph 18 as just described passed 3-0.
Thank you. Then we discussed deleting footnote 15, didn't, at Mr. Gidco's request, didn't hear enough support for deleting that footnote to think we need to do anything further on that. So just double checking before I move on. Okay, so moving on, then paragraph 22. My summary of discussion is it be worth it to edit the draft final order to replace the end of this sentence that will not apply to projects selected in the first round to say will not apply to the first 200 megawatts of projects selected from the existing wait list and short list.
I second. I think that was a motion, right?
It can be
So moved.
moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Mr. Fisk.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to modify the final order of paragraph 22 to refer to projects selected in the, I'm sorry, projects on the selection list and wait list to replace in the first round, passed 3-0.
Okay, so next item would be paragraph 23, first paragraph in the findings and conclusions section. That was the work we did on the analysis of the RD. I think we have an understanding of how those two, the final order and the RD, relate. I think I agree with Commissioner Aguilera's suggestion. Let's make an exhibit that just includes that analysis for the reading public. So I would like to move to add a sentence to paragraph 23 that says Exhibit B analyzes the RD's finding and conclusions paragraphs and ordering paragraphs and notes where changes have been made by this final order.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna need that repeated. I was still taking some notes on the last part of it, sorry.
Yeah, so move to add to the end of paragraph 23, this sentence. Exhibit B provides an analysis of the findings and conclusions paragraphs and the ordering paragraphs from the RD to show the commission's understanding of how the RD is modified by this final order.
Mr. Chairman, if you have that written down, I can just take it after the meeting, because I can't type that fast.
Yeah,
especially with the keyboard.
I think through the magic of YouTube, we have a transcript.
Okay, thank you.
And then, so that's the motion. And then understood from the motion is that this is a document Mr. Gedko can create based on what we've already done in this meeting. I guess I would just say, if you've got, any hangups, Mr. Gedko, just work with one of the three of us. I'm not worried. I trust that there's a shared understanding of what's going on here. Because this one is a derivative of the final order. So what's important is that we get the final order right. And I think that's happened. So anyway, expressing confidence in you, Mr. Gedko, that you can create Exhibit B.
Yeah, yes, I feel confident that with that, once we finish what we're about to do, which is moving to those decretal paragraphs and my task of the comparison that you asked for. And I did finish going through the findings and conclusions, and the only one that I want to verify we will not make a change to is paragraph 36. It was not struck through. It was simply that there was a comment associated with it as to whether the commission wants to make that decision at this time. And the reason is that it somewhat ties to subsidization, and you have pushed off some of those decisions, not pushed off, found it not appropriate to make those decisions at this time. And though this one is more minor, and so I don't believe your analysis will be exactly the same as your analysis of 37 and 32 and 33.
Yeah, I didn't bring that up because I was okay leaving it as is. again, if commission wants to do something different than that, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I also thought that it was still applicable. And was okay leaving that in.
And just to clarify, Mr. Gitko, if, you know, we adopt this recommendation of the RD, it means the commission will need to issue an accounting order that the 3 IOUs track these items. It's not saying anything about what's going to be done with what's being tracked.
Yeah, I'm not certain we're looking at the same paragraph
Oh.
36.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. That's the aggregate retail rate definition.
Correct.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at a different numbering. Okay. And could you briefly describe what that accomplishes? I remember that there was a discussion around how the statute talks about subsidy and that it was limited to 3% of the aggregate retail rate, and there was a debate about whether that's the same as the total aggregate retail rate. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct, and therefore there were positions put forth by parties as to whether aggregate retail rate is the same as total aggregate retail rate, given the statutory language that was provided to the commission.
And just to be clear of the consequences of this, if the aggregate retail rate is the whole retail rate, then logically that would allow for a larger subsidy amount than if we're constraining it to the total aggregate retail rate. Is that correct?
The answer to that question is complicated by the fact that for parties that argued against the aggregate retail rate being equivalent to the total aggregate retail rate, they provided disparate definitions of what they thought the aggregate retail rate is. And if I remember correctly, one party provided a definition of aggregate retail rate that may have been, don't hold me to this, I'd need to pull up the RD right now and track it, that equaled or maybe even exceeded, and the RD placed a question there of why that the hearing examiner did not understand why there was such vociferous argument from that party about that, because it didn't go along with the logic that you just provided. So there's the very complex answer to your simple question. And I can.
Okay, well, I guess, I'd rather not decide that issue right now, but it's not a make or break issue for me.
That's why I was okay leaving it as is, because I think Exhibit A is the guidance, not this paragraphs. Okay, so I don't have any other items on the final order, draft final order, that I thought were worth discussing, modifying. Do either of you have anything after? The last one we did was first paragraph of findings and conclusions, which in my draft is 23.
Well, Chairman, I think the we started talking about the additional sentence, and I think you moved that and then we started talking about the paragraphs again, so I'll second your motion. I don't think we voted on that.
Okay,
This is the additional sentence to paragraph 23.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
aye.
Commissioner Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the modification to the proposed final order at paragraph 23 is adopted 3-0.
Thank you. Okay, so back to speak now. Do we have any other paragraphs in draft final order we should discuss or potentially modify?
I just had one other question, Mr. Gitko. I know there was a discussion about the administrative costs, and I'm not sure if that is still in this version of the final order. I guess I'm wondering if if you could help me with that, if the
Yes, I believe I can. Just 1 second, let me get there. The paragraph 24 of the draft final order currently states, further, the commission adopts the findings, conclusions, and recommendations in the RD concerning the proposed administrative cost riders and the proposed forms. And so that takes us to the findings and conclusions of the RD.
Okay, and the RD regarding the administrative costs, am I correct that it allows for ongoing administrative costs, but it does not allow legal and other sort of one-time preparatory expenses to be billed as administrative cost as part of this rider?
That's correct. It makes a finding that those one-time costs, and they're listed explicitly in the RD, are more appropriate for recovery in a rate case, for consideration in a rate case.
Okay, and I believe it's our own rule that asks for, or that is allowing this administrative cost rider. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the rule that establishes that administrative costs for the community solar program shall not be collected from non-subscribers.
Yes, but I guess what I'm wondering at the 11th hour here is, wouldn't it be cleaner if these were, subtracted from the solar bill credit? So we've got, this item that, potentially the customer, may or may not be aware of, that's impacting the economics of their decision as to whether they should become a community solar subscriber or not. It's probably too late in the game for this, but in principle, is there anything stopping us from folding this into the solar bill credit?
Let me double check something in the rule.
Kevin, would you like me to chime in? Because I can say why we did this in the rule, since I was involved in the rulemaking.
Absolutely. At any point, Russell, please.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison, the reason that when we adopted the rule, we include a separate portion about a separate section, separate from the calculation of solar bill credit that dealt with administrative costs and said that we would allow an administrative cost rider is simply because the act itself separates those two things, the credit and recovery of administrative costs. And I'm looking at, not that you have to look it up, but I'll just let you know for the record, 16B7, which says that the commission's rules shall, this is where most of the directives to the commission from the legislature come. There is under B6, establish reasonable, uniform, et cetera, standards, fees, and processes. Then there's something about interconnection. That allows the cooperating utility to recover reasonable costs for administering the community solar program and interconnection costs. Now, it's a little confusing the way it combines the two. So we did a section of the rule that has some provisions for interconnection costs, because those come right up front. And then also say there's a provision, also provide for the possibility of riders that would apply only to subscribers for administrative costs of the program. And the reason we did it separately from the credit, because I mean, I think logically you could flow it through the credit, because that goes just, or I mean, reduce the credit by that, is that there's a separate section 8, B8, that tell us how to provide, how our rules should calculate a community solar bill credit rate. So I don't know if that's why we did it. We just saw them as like as if the legislature wanted us to keep those two things separate.
Okay, I mean, this isn't our rule that a utility may apply to the commission to establish a rider. It's a path we've gone down. I think it's too late probably to alter that at this point. But, I do want to make the point that in fulfilling our role to help protect consumers, I do think it needs to be made clear to potential subscribers that there is an administrative cost rider that is associated with this program that will reduce their net benefits. So somehow we need to, have utilities communicate that.
Okay, so just to sum up, where I think we're at is we have a motion on the floor to adopt phase 2 draft final order. We've made amendments to the final order. So I think we're ready to vote on the phase 2 final order as amended. Any discussion?
Chairman, does that allow us to still continue procedurally through the meeting to consider the decretal paragraphs of the recommended decision? Or do we need to do that first?
I thought we already did do that.
We did the findings and conclusions, the numbered findings and conclusions, and then what I had done.
Okay, yeah, I promised I would check back in with you to see if you needed guidance on the ordering paragraphs from the RD. When I looked at it, they were derivative from the findings and conclusions, so I was hopeful we didn't, but if you found something, let us know right now.
Yeah, let's pause, and I'm bringing up a couple things that I worked on, and you can bless me with your patience for a minute. There it is, and Okay, let me scroll down. That one is resolved. Let me go to the next one. That one is resolved. That one is resolved. JJ is one that we should consider, that the commission should consider. It states, well, I think it will flow. The calculation of the subsidization cap by the qualifying utilities shall be based on system-wide revenues that encompass the revenue from all non-subscribers on the utility system, not just classes that contain subscribers. Additionally, only the revenues of non-subscribers shall be used to calculate the subsidization cap. As soon as I said we needed to consider this, I think it flows from the decisions that you have made to not make the unnecessary decisions with respect to the subsidization, and therefore this paragraph should be struck.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, cool.
I agree with that.
Hey. MM is fine. The in QQ, generally the process, let me look at the final order really quick. I'm focusing in on the review process after refilings are performed after the final order by the utilities. Just one second. Okay, I've answered my question, because in decretal paragraph B of the final order, it states that and any other parties may file responses. And so QQ will automatically be corrected to allow for other parties in addition to just staff. It was an anomaly I spotted in the recommended decision that for some reason isolated the review to staff, but that's solved by the final order. And I'm on to the very last paragraph I want to look at.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification, with regard to that, decretal paragraph JJ of the RD, I think that's already struck, and because I don't have in front of me what Kevin provided, so that's already struck in the from that. Okay, from the exhibit B. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so try it one more time.
I do have one more. RR, I think that's,
The pirate paragraph.
I think that's one that's being deleted.
At this stage, no decision had been made in the findings and conclusions that would have affected this one.
Okay.
Our as things stand would be included as being adopted.
It's more the last part that says, and it will be established in a future rulemaking.
That would be a strike through similar to the other strike throughs that should be accomplished. That's correct.
Okay.
And then the very last one I had, and if it would be approved in TT, the RD makes reference to these small typographical corrections. It would help everybody if there's just a footnote put to exactly what those are. They're in the comment. And they're just typographical corrections that were ordered by the RD, but it would save parties tracking them down. I think it can be clarified.
Commissioner Aguilar, I just wanted to clarify, you're saying that in that decretal RR in the in the recommended decision, that the language it will be established in the future rulemaking is not relevant?
I think we're deleting that.
Because we haven't addressed the issue of subsidy calculation, and that's the only place that the avoided cost of energy would come into play. Is that your?
Yeah, I guess I didn't see anything in the order that shifted this decision about avoided cost to a rulemaking.
Right.
It would, by striking that, it will leave open the commission's handling of that. And some of the strike throughs of the language of this will be handled in a future rulemaking was motivated by the awareness that the rulemaking docket has already been opened. And it was more that references to future rulemaking were unnecessarily and perhaps confusing, given that the final order makes reference to a rulemaking that is already currently open, and that the commissioners at previous meetings have discussed the need for workshops, etc.
Okay.
That's what motivated that strike through.
Okay, that makes sense.
And the other clarification is that it is tied to unsubscribed energy, not necessarily to subsidies.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to adopt the phase two final order as amended. Any more questions, comments before we move to a vote? Seeing none, Mr. Fisk.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Aguilera,
I
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to adopt the phase two final order as amended passes 3-0.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gecko, and thank you, Mr. Fisk, and thank you to Ms. Lecoq, who is at the Supreme Court today. So okay, so we've got remaining on the agenda a presentation by New Mexico Gas Company. So thank you, Gas Company, for being here, waiting through all this. I'm gonna ask for a 5-minute bio break while you get situated right here. Please, we can get chairs and microphones in the front of the room, and
thanks for your patience.
yes, thank you for your patience. I'd say don't even bother turning off the YouTube. We'll be right back. Yeah, and we're still gathering, but we've also valued the patience that has been provided to us from New Mexico Gas Company. I mean, just aside, we try to figure out how to structure these meetings so we can give folks like you more notice on when the presentation might happen. So anyway, thank you for being here. What we've requested is your annual or your winter outlook. We're on the cusp of winter heating season. In fact, we turned on our thermostats before the big snowstorm last week. So anyway, customers are starting to use their winter gas supply. Annually, gas company files a document, their annual gas supply plan. So find it very valuable to hear what the plan is before winter starts. Hopefully it's uneventful. That's not always the case. So it's not just informational, but gives us a baseline for if interesting things happen over the next couple of months. So thank you very much for being here. I'll just turn the floor over and please introduce yourselves and take all the time.
Thank you, Chairman O'Connell, and thank you, commissioners, for having us here today to talk about the our 24-25 annual supply plan. I'm Tom Bullard. I'm Vice President of Engineering, Gas Management, and Technical Services, and I have here with me Kyle Brayton. He's Director over Gas Management, which includes gas supply, gas control, and gas compression. And so I'm gonna turn it over to Kyle and let him present our annual supply plan, and I'll interject where I see might be some additional color might be helpful, and we'll both be available for questions anytime through the presentation. So, Kyle.
Thanks, Tom, and thank you, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman, for giving us the opportunity to come up here and talk to you about the supply plan. As Tom said, anytime throughout this, if you've got any questions or would like some clarifications, please let us know and we'll go into detail to your satisfaction. I want to start our supply plan as we start most of our meetings with a quick safety tip. As we get into the winter weather and start to see different types of conditions out affecting our systems, we do have a number of areas throughout the state that we do expect to see significant snowfall, and we like to remind our customers and those who interact with our facilities to try to keep our facilities clear of that snow to help us prevent potential damage or operational issues that could interrupt gas or that could result in gas leaks. It's as simple as brushing snow off with a broom to keep the ice and snow clear, and trying to ensure that we don't have any foreign interference with the operation of that meter. We ask people not to kick, shake, or otherwise strike the meters, because that can also cause damage. And if our customers notice any sort of excessive buildup of snow or ice on their meters that they can't address, call our 1-800 number. We'll send a service tech out and they will address the situation and get everything back to normal.
Does putting a brick on your meter do anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just curious. I've seen people do that.
For the rest of our agenda, we're going to look at the supply plan. A lot of the contents here is included in the final report. We try to start at a very high level and look at the gas supply and consumption picture at a national level. We'll drill down to the New Mexico level in terms of production and pricing, and then we'll talk about our plan in more specific detail. We go to slide 3, please.
Yeah, we're actually one more slide ahead.
There we go. All right, so starting on at a national level, we try to look at what we expect to see for the overall gas production and consumption picture. For 2024, we're expecting the year-end production to end up right around 104 BCF per day. It's a slight increase over what we saw for 2023, with some additional increases expected in 2024. So we're going to be right around 105 BCF or billion cubic feet per day, calendar year 2025. That will generally match the consumption profile pretty closely. For 2024, we're expecting total consumption to be about 90 BCF, exports to be about 12 BCF for LNG exports, and about an additional to 3 BCF of pipeline exports. As we go into 2025, we're expecting to see that LNG export quantity increase by about 2 BCF to 14 BCF per day, and an additional 1 or 2 BCF export on pipelines. Going to see a slight reduction in overall consumption. Most of that is attributable to reductions in natural gas fired generation for 2025 due to reduction in some of the generation portfolios of different utilities, as well as a slightly cooler summer next year that's expected to require less peaking generation during the summer. Broadly speaking, that consumption is broken down to about 15% residential, 10% commercial, about 20 to 25% industrial, with the remaining 30 to 40% on the electric power generation side. So it's a fairly large factor when we look at who's using gas in the country overall. From a pricing perspective, at a national level, we will generally refer to the Henry Hub price, which is based on a particular distribution hub in Louisiana, as a benchmark for pricing and what gas costs at a commodity level. As we drill into the different areas, and in particular, when we talk about the pricing we expect to see out here in New Mexico, we'll be talking about different regional indexes, but Henry Hub kind of gives us an even playing field to talk about what's going to happen to that 104, 105 BCF that's being consumed. For the upcoming heating season, the Henry Hub pricing is expected to be around the $3 to $3.25 per million BTU range. That's been dropping over the last couple of weeks and then starting to peak back up over the most recent 2 or 3 weeks. But the overall projections for Henry Hub are to be fairly stable throughout 2025 and ending up in the $2.80 to $3 range for the annual average next year. One of the big factors affecting Henry Hub pricing and pricing throughout the country is the amount of gas available in underground storage. The current storage levels are coming off of a 5-year peak. We saw some fairly low storage utilization in the winter of 23-24, which resulted in a much higher inventory level earlier this year, which means that there was less space to store gas. We also saw some historically low pricing over the summer, in particular in the Permian Basin out here, for example. There were several weeks with negative gas pricing, and when people can get paid to put gas in storage, they love to do it. And so all the storage that was available was also being filled up. And so we're coming into a very high national storage level that's going to have some lowering effects on overall prices as we come into this heating season. We tend to start to see withdrawals from storage at a national level in the November timeframe, and usually see that turnaround back to injecting in the April to May timeframe. From a weather perspective, looking at some of NOAA's midterm outlooks, December, January, and February of this year are expected to be near or slightly above normal for the South and Eastern U.S. Here in New Mexico, that means we're going to see temperatures on the order of 30 to 38 degrees in the central portion of the state, 25 to 32 degrees up in the Northwest, and in the 38 to 43 degree range on the eastern side of the state. That doesn't mean that we're necessarily not going to have specific winter storms or a few days of very cold periods. And that's ultimately what we are trying to plan for, is to ensure when we get those types of very, very cold weather events that come and go in a short amount of time, we have the resources that are needed to serve our customer base. We're also expecting to see lower than normal precipitation. That can also help with some of our heating needs here in New Mexico, because there tends to be a correlation between snow and cold, wet weather, and slightly increased usage for similar temperature profiles. But as we see this year coming up, we're expecting a little bit lower precipitation. That lets us drill down into what are we actually going to be doing and where are we getting our gas from here in New Mexico. And we are predominantly sourced by the 2 basins that New Mexico sits on. In the southeast portion of the state, we are on top of the Permian Production Basin, which covers southeast New Mexico and parts of West Texas. And in the northwest portion of the state, the San Juan Basin, which covers portions of northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, and eastern Utah. The Permian Basin is really a success story in terms of US energy production over the last decade plus. You can see on the left-hand side here, we have Permian oil basin production over the last decade, and the amount of oil produced down there has skyrocketed. So we went from seeing about 1.5 million barrels per day of oil produced in 2014 to almost 6.5 million barrels of oil produced in 2024. There is almost a direct correlation between oil production and natural gas production in the Permian Basin. And so there is a correlation of same amount of increase from going from about 5 BCF per day in Permian production in 2014 up to 25 BCF of Permian production in 2025. That's generally called associated gas. It's gas that's coming out of the ground at the same time as the oil. It can be processed and rendered into a pipeline quality and delivered to the market. In parallel with that, because we get quite a bit of gas from the San Juan Basin, we are seeing a slow but steady decline in production in the northern part of the state. The San Juan has generally been producing at about 1.6 to 1.7 BCF per day over the past few years, with slight declines year on year. No indication that we're going to see no production up there anytime soon, but it is a part of the story and part of the picture that we're looking at over the long term of what will those supplies do between the Permian and the San Juan, and how do we prepare for different types of gas supply to ensure we're getting a good mix between our two sources and have the ability to get all that gas delivered to our systems.
And just to clarify, the Permian gas production here is for the entire Permian. It's not the New Mexico portion.
That's correct. And likewise with the San Juan, that's all San Juan production, not just New Mexico.
Okay.
We also then have to look at pricing respective to these two basins. There are approximately half dozen different pricing indexes that are generally used for pricing this different gas, depending on the specific pipeline receipt locations and pricing pools that are available. But we look at San Juan and Permian as generally two distinct indexes to characterize how much the gas is going to cost at a high level. The San Juan prices are generally going to reflect the vast majority of our baseload gas, which is the gas we're going to purchase every single day of a particular heating season based on our historical loads. That is generally because we have access to a significant amount of that San Juan gas produced directly into our pipelines in the northwest part of the state, or available through relatively small amounts of interstate pipeline transportation, which limits the risk as well as the potential disruptions due to forces outside of our control. The Permian Basin is able to produce gas directly into our southeast system. So we have, over the last couple of years, due to some increased production capacity in processors down in the Permian, been able to add some baseload that is tied to Permian indexes. But we will generally use Permian gas to make up the day-to-day balancing and swing gas we need to meet the variable demands on a day-to-day basis as we look at the heating season.
What percentage of your baseload gas would you say is coming from the San Juan Basin?
So the percentage of our baseload gas that is coming from San Juan is about 90%. And the overall baseload portion of our portfolio is about 70%. And so we say our baseload is about 70% of the gas we will purchase December, January, February, and 90% of that 70% is San Juan. So we look at the pricing over the last couple of years. For the better part of a decade, San Juan and Permian pricing was fairly close. They were relatively on par with each other in terms of both monthly and daily pricing. Over the last few years, we have seen a substantial deviation between the two, to the extent that as we see this upcoming heating season, for example, we expect the San Juan gas to be on the order of about $375 to $425 per million BTU based on some of the most recent pricing over the December, January, February timeframe. And we're expecting to see that Permian gas on the order of $2 to $2.50 for December, January, and February. And those prices will generally reflect the monthly as well as the average daily price over the course of any particular month. There are, of course, deviations from time to time, but over the course of any given month, you can see the averages generally match the monthlies.
You said did you say you're projecting about $1 difference per million BTU between the Permian and San Juan?
That's correct, about $1 to $1.50.
Have you thought about sourcing more from the Permian given the price differential, or are there some factors that would lead you to not wanting to do that?
Think about it every day. But we are fundamentally limited by the amount of interstate pipeline transportation capacity that is available to transport gas from the Permian Basin up into our Northwest load center, which is our predominant load capability, as well along some of the interstate pipelines running through the south part of the state that serve our remote systems out in that area. And so if we could get more pipeline capacity, that would give us more capability to serve more gas from a Permian perspective. But it is at this point fully subscribed, and in most cases subscribed for many, many years, to the point where it is inaccessible for us to add to our transportation portfolio.
Yes, Kyle pointed out, up until probably 3 or 4 years ago, San Juan and Permian prices were tracking pretty equally. And so it actually behooved us to get our gas out of San Juan because we didn't have to use transportation. So we used our own pipes to move that gas. And so that's the way our portfolio had traditionally been sourced. Now that we're seeing lower prices in the Permian, we're looking for ways to get more Permian gas, but as Kyle said, interstate transportation is fully subscribed. So we're limited to what we can take out of the Permian, but we continue to look, and anytime any capacity comes up, we're trying to get that additional capacity.
And so the only way that you could move the Permian gas to the northern part of your system, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, other points north, would be to use capacity on Transwestern or El Paso lines.
That's correct. Yeah.
And we do have a non-trivial amount of capacity on El Paso and Transwestern that accesses that Permian gas. That is shaped to give us more capacity as we get deeper into the heating season, so that we're not over subscribed to capacity that we'll never use in October, for example. But we will generally be using that on a day-to-day basis to a fairly substantial degree, but we'll leave a certain amount of capacity available for those peaking needs, both for Permian gas or to access the gas we have stored at the Keystone Gas Storage Facility in West Texas.
Okay, thank you.
So as we talk about price, one of the other things that we bring into the discussion is the utilization of financial hedging as part of our hedging program to help limit the potential cost impacts of significant price swings from affecting our customers. We have for about the past 20 years had a financial hedging program that allows us to enter into transactions that are separate from the physical gas purchases, but tied to the physical gas quantities. That allows us to hedge 100% of that baseload gas that we're expecting to purchase during the December, January, and February timeframe. Those quantities change to match the amounts that we are contracting from a baseload perspective for December, January, and February. And our portfolio will utilize generally some mix of call options. And more recently, we've started to utilize financial swaps to give us a little bit of diversity in our hedging portfolio. What that means from a practical standpoint is that we have a price cap or a financially fixed price for our baseload gas, which is about 15 BCF of total volume during December, January, February. And that will allow us to know with great certainty the maximum amount that our customers could pay. We have shifted our portfolio a little bit in the past where we had 100% of our base load coming from the San Juan Basin. We'd hedge 100% with San Juan options. With additional Permian gas coming in, we are hedging that with options tied to Permian pricing. And then utilizing the Henry Hub options and basis swap gives us a potential lower cost option for hedging the same amount of gas while blending the concept of an option that allows us to take advantage of lowering prices in the market versus the swaps, which give us a known price for a portion of that gas. We are pretty proud of how our hedging plan has performed in recent years. In particular, we look at the January 2023 price spike in the San Juan Basin pricing as the case study as to why this type of program is necessary to help our customers. The pricing in the last couple of days of December 2022 spiked to about $33 per million BTU for gas purchased for the month of January. Our hedging program kept that price to about $12 for our sales customers, and the financial counterparties paid out the difference between where the price is settled and where we had hedged it. All in, that saved our customers about $120 million for gas purchased in that month, and that is all 100% pass through. That doesn't benefit the company from a financial or profit perspective. It is baked into our PGAC and ensures that customers see 100% of that benefit controlling costs for the commodities that we're purchasing.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions about that hedging plan that, there's a lot in there. So is this for base load gas only?
That's correct.
Okay, I thought you had entered into fixed price contracts. So are you also doing call options for those same volumes?
So our hedging program has, for the most part, always hinged on financial call options for our baseload gas. Last year, we did introduce some additional tools using fixed price quantities, which were a known price that we would pay for gas for every day of that period, which has the same net impact as a full price index swap, where we can set the price of gas financially for a certain quantity as opposed to setting the price for physical gas. What we found is that the suppliers who are willing to introduce or entertain fixed price gas contracts will generally want them for longer terms than what are available from a financial perspective. And so we have to buy fixed price for a much longer period at quantities that might not necessarily be as effective as the financial swaps, if that's the tool we want to use.
So you use the call options to fix the price of the base gas?
Not quite. So the call options give us a cap. And so when we purchase a call option contract, we will solicit multiple financial counterparties and ask for a premium, which is kind of like buying insurance for a particular strike price. So if we're buying call options in May, for example, and the December future is $5, we will ask these counterparties to give us a quote for a strike price of $7.50. We'll usually go about 50% over the underlying price at the time that we're entering into these contracts. And they will quote us a price. We'll compare the prices from the different counterparties and select the lowest cost premium for that tranche of hedging. And those premiums will vary year by year and month by month. That's part of why we've looked at some of these other options, is because premiums have gone up significantly from where they used to be. This most recent heating season, we're seeing premiums on the order of, for any given month, between 90 cents per million BTU to $1.30, $1.40 per million BTU. 8 years ago, we could spend 5 cents, 10 cents per million BTU for the same type of hedge. And so it's
for the call option,
for the call.
They're charging that much, 90 cents per million BTU?
That's correct.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so options are priced based on the risk profile and portfolio that the individual counterparties have in their forecasts. And so they are trying to ensure that they don't sell options that are going to result in a huge loss should the strike price be hit and they have to pay out.
And so how and when do you exercise these options?
So we have a trigger model we use that is based on Bollinger Band methodology that uses the fast and slow moving average of the underlying futures prices and looks at fast changes that could indicate that as prices have gone down, they're going to suddenly upturn, and allows us to buy generally at troughs throughout the April through September timeframe.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is you have to decide whether or not you're going to exercise the option, right? Whether you'd
Oh,
be,
I'm sorry, to exercise?
whether you'd be better off taking the market price or whether you want to exercise the option. Do you have to do that prior to the start of the month?
No, so the options have a specific strike price that allows us to exercise them. And so for example, if we have a $7.50 strike price and the December IFERC settles at $6, there is no settlement. That contract has not reached a place where there is going to be any ability to exercise it and take a payout on it.
Okay.
If we ever hit that strike price or above, we'll automatically execute on that option. And so that, if we hit $8 and it was $7.50, we would execute all of the options within that contract at that time.
So once you've bought an option, you don't sell it, and if it settles in the money, you take the money. Right?
That's correct.
And it's purely financial. You're purchasing gas at whatever price you've agreed with the San Juan producers, and what happens with the call options is a financial issue.
Completely independent, and that's, there is some overlap between producers who are in the physical markets and financial counterparties who are only in the financial space. We have a few producers that end up in our solicitations, but they are generally independent.
But I guess I don't want to, belabor the point, but when would,
Commissioner,
yes,
if I may, the way these work is, as Kyle said, they just provide a cap. When we contract for our gas in the summer months, we enter into contracts for all of our baseload gas and for our swing gas as well. And the way the baseload gas contracts works is their IFERC, which is the price per month set at the beginning of the month. So their IFERC plus a penny or 5 cents is how they're structured. And so since we're entering in those contracts, we're locking up that gas 6 months to a year early. We don't know what that IFERC is going to set up at. That IFERC sets up the week before gas flows in that month.
right?
And so what this hedging does is if it gives us a strike price for basically 50% above what the futures says that month is going to set up as. And so if we go into a month as the example Kyle gave, we go into a month and the IFERC is $8 and the strike was $7. Those hedges are in the money for $1 per MMBTU, and that goes to the customer. And that's exactly what happened in what was it, January of 22.
23.
We had baseload gas for IFERC that we had to pay $30 for, but our counterparty that we had the hedging had to make up that difference down to $12, and all of that went to our customers. And that's how these hedges work. Does that help?
And so I guess I'm just curious about the mechanics, whether it's based on the future price, and if the comparison would be made before the beginning of the month with the futures price for the next month as compared with your strike price. Is that how it would?
So maybe I can help demystify. The futures pricing are used during our hedging period from April through September. There is a daily settlement in the futures markets that says San Juan pricing for December of this year will be X, for January will be Y, and for February will be Z. When we hit a particular trigger, that's when we will use those prices to ask for a strike price. That strike price is gonna carry through on that tranche of hedging until the IFRC is settled on the second business day of the particular month. And so, if it's, the strike price is $7.50, we don't know what that FERC IFRC price is until the first or second business day, depending on a few timing factors. That's when we know whether or not that contract is
Of the month.
Yes.
First, okay. Okay, thank you.
A question, how does your summer base load compare to your winter base load?
It is much, much lower.
Right.
On the order of, for any given daily volume, it's going to be pretty flat, and we'll generally see summer volumes on the order of, I'm guessing off the top of my head because I don't have the numbers in front of me, but purchases that will typically be on the order of 20 to 30,000 million BTU per day for the balance of our system. As we get into the heating season, for example, November, we are generally seeing purchases on the order of 250 to 300,000 MMBTU per day. As we get into December, January, that'll go up to on the order of 400 to 500,000 MMBTU per day, with peaks that can get up into around 600,000.
So in the summer, maybe 10% of what it is in the winter?
Correct. We will generally purchase off the market during the summer because there is substantially less demand, and we have wider access to gas that we can purchase at a monthly index without having to have a contract locked up long-term to obtain it.
Okay, thank you.
So as we continue to look for the different abilities and capabilities to keep the costs as low as possible for our customers, we have been looking at any ability to hedge our swing gas on a day-to-day basis to try and limit things like the Storm Uri price spike that we saw in 2021. The fundamental challenge that we continue to see here is that the variability on the day-to-day quantities limits what is available as well as what can be effective. In order to be considered a hedge, we have to ultimately have the financial contracts that we're purchasing tied to physical quantities. And we don't know how much gas we're going to buy on any given day, generally until 2 to 3 days before then. And so, for example, on the chart here on this slide, this is the day-to-day swing gas that we purchased for February of this year. And we, of course, had base load underlying this, but we had days where we purchased up to almost 180,000 million BTU, and some days where we had absolutely zero swing gas purchases. And so that ultimately drives to the question, what quantities can you hedge and how can they be hedged? The counterparties we've talked to will absolutely sell a contract for different types of financial instruments tied to daily indexes, but it needs to be the same quantity for every single day of that month, just as though it were baseload. And so, for example, in this chart here, the average February swing gas is around 98,000 million BTU per day. And all the parties we've talked to would need us to hedge 98,000 million BTU per day, regardless of how much gas we purchased, which means that we now have financial contracts hedging gas that we will not purchase on various days, and on other days, gas that can't be hedged because it's above that hedged quantity, which when we look at just the dynamics of how that could play out, it adds a lot of cost to the swing gas portfolio without necessarily providing a whole lot of coverage for costs.
So you can, so do these daily financial instruments exist where you can cap daily prices, whether it's through a call option or otherwise?
Not to a specific day. So for example, if I was looking at February and I'm sitting on, let's say, February 5th on this chart, and I say, boy, we're going to buy a lot of gas on February 12th because the forecast is cold. No one will sell me a call option contract for February 14th a week out. That's just not available. Nobody's going to take that kind of risk because they're going to see that there's huge prices coming, and either they can't find the right way to control that risk on their side, or it's simply not a tenable transaction for them to engage in.
Okay, but could you enter into a call contract for, say, 80,000 MMBTU for the month of February, even though, you know, for the swing gas portion, even though you are not going to hit that amount every day?
Potentially. So some counterparties that we've talked to have said, no, we will not do any call options against any daily indexes, but they will do different types of price swaps. A few have said they would entertain it, but have not been able to give us a serious position and commit to those types of transactions as far out as we were looking from a discussion standpoint.
And so they would not all require that, you know, you have the underlying volume of gas. They would allow just a financial.
It's an independent transaction. So the people that we're engaging from a financial perspective are completely separate from the physical.
Okay, right.
Suggest that the PRC may want to have some consideration as to whether or not we are buying gas that we are hedging. And there are some other considerations that look at what point does a financial transaction cross the line from hedging
Right
into financial speculation.
Right. But you know, one concept would be to buy a very out of the money call. Like if the futures were, you know, $8 a million BTU, and you know, you wanted to buy a call for $25 per million BTU, that might be very cheap, but it might protect the consumer from a winter storm Uri.
I'm not sure that it would be cheap or that it would provide the protection. And that's really the challenge we've seen. When we've looked at, you know, the types of call options, and the quotes are only as good as the time they're given in. But we had some indicatives that we requested at the beginning of 2023 to look at. What if we were hedging against specific volumes during these months, and the premiums for not a lot of gas were verging on $10 per million BTU for a 200% over current futures pricing.
Okay.
So we continue to look, and we are, you know, constantly engaging our counterparties to find out what are they seeing, because the landscape will change and the appetite for risk will ebb and flow depending on the volatility in the market and the broader financial ecosystem. And so, you know, we're already seeing premium prices coming down. The 2022-23 timeframe, where we had the very effective hedging, that's the most expensive hedges we've ever had. We were seeing premiums in the order of $1.50 per million BTU. We're seeing them closer to $1 now, and so year on year we are starting to see them fall back to some of the historical levels, and ideally they'll continue to fall back even further. But we're also seeing tremendous amounts of volatility in daily markets, and, you know, pricing scenarios that have never been seen before, including the negative pricing that we had throughout this summer.
Yeah, I think the message we're trying to get across here is that we're looking, and we'll continue to look. Thus far, nothing viable for swing gas.
That brings us to what are we actually planning to do, and what do we need to serve our customers in the upcoming season. You know, from high level statistics, we've talked about this in a lot of different contexts, but we're a company that covers 26 counties in New Mexico. We have about 26,000 miles of pipeline between our transmission and distribution system. And our large Northwest system is a significant quantity of our day-to-day needs, along with our smaller Southeast system, and then our various remote and independent systems. All in, we've got about 549,000 meters, and we see about 80 to 90 BCF of throughput on system to those meters that are on our system. When we break that down further, we actually see that the different categories of load that we serve or gas that we move fall into three different buckets. We have our sales customers, which over the last 5 years account for about 45% of our total throughput and is pretty stable at about 40 BCF per year. Those are customers who are buying their gas from New Mexico Gas Company, connected to pipes that are connected to our system. On-system transportation are customers that are connected to pipes that are connected to our system. They have a New Mexico Gas Company meter, but somebody else is buying their gas for them and delivering it through our pipelines. They may be buying the gas for themselves, or they may be working with a third-party energy supplier who's buying the gas and delivering it to us to deliver to them. But it's a transportation arrangement where their energy supply is separate from our portfolio. And then over the last few years, we've seen an increasing level of off-system transportation, which is gas that is delivered to our pipelines, either through producers who are connected to our system or from one of the interstate pipelines and delivered to another location that puts the gas onto one of the other interstate pipelines, allowing those producers or marketers to take advantage of New Mexico Gas Company to connect to disparate systems or to get gas produced in the state onto the interstate pipelines for market. That's largely a function of the very low Permian prices we've seen over the last few years. And so when prices are low in the Permian, we can offer access to different producers to get that gas into the market. And so as we get through the end of 2024, we're expecting our total throughput, including the off system, to hit just around 100 BCF for the year. When we drill down further into who our sales customers are, this I think helps tell the story of what we do at New Mexico Gas Company. We are fundamentally a heating utility for residential and small commercial customers. By count, 99.9% of the meters connected to our system are sales and small commercial, with that extra tiny percent being any of our medium, large commercial, and some of the other types of sales customers.
Residential, you said sales.
I'm sorry, residential sales customers. And on a consumption perspective, that residential and small commercial load represents approximately 95% of that throughput during the heating season, with the medium large commercial making up the additional 5%. And so that's just speaks to where a lot of our volatility comes from as well, because as a heating utility, the amount of gas that we need to serve is fundamentally tied to the weather, the temperature outside, and how much somebody's going to need to heat their home or their business. And that drives us to then the targets and what we're actually trying to ensure we have the ability to deliver and serve over the upcoming heating season. Every year we will develop a supply target portfolio based on a design day study that gives us a statistical basis for the coldest potential weather we might see based on a 30-year history, and the resulting demands based on real system flows correlated to real temperatures that we've experienced over the last several years. We'll then break that down to our base load targets, which are generated looking at real system flows over the last decade and establishing it's usually around the 10 to 15th percentile of any given month to ensure that our base load is at a level that we know we will need every day. And if we have for some reason drop below that from a load perspective, we have the ability to deal with any of the additional gas that's being delivered as part of our base load portfolio. We'll then develop some targets for our swing gas contract that look at the difference between the necessary peak load for any given month, the known storage capacities and transportation capability we have, as well as a margin for potential supply disruptions to allow us to have access to supplies for both failure of our supply as well as potential failures to transportation customer supplies, to ensure that we have the ability to serve 100% of the system on a peak design day, regardless of the source of a disruption. And so that breaks down our resources into our baseload gas supply, which is, again, the gas we're going to get every single day delivered to our system through our different either on-system production or through the interstates. This year we have about 15 different contracts with 7 different counterparties. For our swing gas supply, that's the gas we're going to purchase on a day-to-day basis. We will look at a daily forecast to identify what's coming up over the next 24 to 72 hours, depending on the period. to make a decision on how much swing gas to obtain for that period. This year, we've got 35 contracts with 14 different counterparties. We also have Keystone Gas Storage as part of our supply portfolio. We have sized our withdrawal capacity there to ultimately give us the ability to meet that design day with a variety of different swing gas portfolios during our heating season. It's also used for balancing our day-to-day needs, especially during long periods of demand. Today's a perfect example. As the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up, there are some special market days. We had to make a decision this morning for a specific quantity of gas to purchase for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of this week, and it has to be one specific quantity regardless of what the temperature or load forecast is. And so we are going to be using a combination of our swing gas contracts and Keystone Gas Storage to meet that variable demand over the next couple of days. We'll then tomorrow have to make the same sort of decision for Sunday and Monday and use that same set of tools to balance really what our demand is with what the market will allow us to purchase and what we will actually need to perform. So we mentioned a little bit earlier, we've got pipeline contracts with the various interstate pipelines that connect to our system, primarily El Paso and Transwestern, but we also have some capacity that we contract for annually with Trans Colorado to give us access to gas that's produced in Northwest Colorado, where there's generally going to be a little bit more from a weatherization and cold weather protection perspective, so that if we see some wide-ranging winter storms, we have access to gas that's produced in colder regions to give us some additional reliability and optionality. We've also been investigating and in particular last year, utilizing some of the interruptible park and ride service that's available on the pipelines that allows us to store gas in the interstate pipeline system rather than having it delivered. We utilized that last year during the beginning of December, in part because we were experiencing some force majeure on injections at the Keystone facility. And so when we had some warm weather coming in at the beginning of December of 2023, we were able to keep gas on the pipeline for a couple of days as part of that park and loan service. We've got some smaller volume, but still important resources that we also use. For example, we have access to some leased portable CNG facilities that we will take advantage of during different types of construction and maintenance activities to ensure we've got continuous supply for different areas that might be isolated from their primary supply, or to give us a backup for some of those independent systems that may be subject to a potential operational challenge that requires more time to access than what we would be comfortable letting the pipeline draw down. And then finally, as we look at the future, we are continuing to evaluate some of the opportunities for demand response, both from a capability and opportunity standpoint, as well as from a cost-effective and technically feasible perspective. It's one of the challenges that we haven't seen any viable options so far because of our load profile with a large residential and small commercial base, but we are trying to identify what might be feasible and looking at some of the pilot programs from a gas demand response perspective that we've seen at other utilities, predominantly up in the Northeast US. And then finally, as we look at the heating season, one of the things that we are making a lot of effort around is our outreach and communications with our customers to ensure that we have opportunities to keep them aware of the different options for controlling costs, as well as the potential for significant winter events. Over the last 2 years, we've been making significant efforts in promoting our budget billing programs, as well as promoting our energy efficiency programs that ultimately help customers reduce the total amount of energy they use and the amount of gas that they need to purchase. We've got information available on our websites. It is included in our monthly billing. We also have a lot of outreach from our communications team talking to local news organizations so that there is additional opportunity to keep people aware of pricing and programs that's available. We also have support for mortgage finance authorities and some of the Native American communities and pueblos with energy saving retrofits and different home modifications for energy savings. We're also looking very closely at weather forecasts and as well as potential system pricing as we get into the winter and have regular communications between my organization from a gas supply perspective and our communications team to advise if we are seeing forecasts both from a load or a pricing perspective that could be substantial. We had an opportunity to exercise this system during the MLK holiday weekend last year. We started to see indications of extreme cold weather as well as a price spike a couple of days before the MLK holiday weekend hit. We had made a press to increase customer communications, put information on social media as well as conventional media interviews, and make sure customers were aware of the potential cold weather and extreme pricing coming up. Ultimately, we did see some non-trivial price spikes, but we also saw the weather forecast change as we got into the weekend and ended up having significantly less load and warmer temperatures than had been forecast. But we were able to get those communications out and validate that from an internal perspective, we've got the right folks engaged and set up to respond should those types of conditions manifest. That's what we have for you this afternoon.
Well, thank you. I'm always fascinated to think about how things have changed and how they're staying the same over all these years. And then I just wanted to point out that example you gave of buying gas today for Wednesday for Saturday and then tomorrow for, that's exactly what the regulators are talking about with that NARUC FERC collaborative, right? Because then on electric side, if baseload plant trips offline, they've got to get out and turn on the gas plant. The gas industry is like, oh no, we made our deals back on Wednesday. You know, so that's kind of the coordination element of it. So one thing I've been trying to make a pitch to people that, you know, my job on that is to represent the Western interconnection on the electric side, but that's obviously it's gas electric coordination. So if you have some issues that you think are worth highlighting, especially I think where the state regulator perspective looks like it's going to be most valuable is the end of the pipe and the end of the plug point of view. And then maybe even from like New Mexico, more of the upstream point of view, because where NARUC and FERC are mostly focused is kind of at the AGA EEI point. So anyway, I think I can help push that conversation further into the smaller, you know, critical winter heating for residential customers is something that can't be forgotten in gas electric coordination. And then on the other hand, I know we don't regulate production in midstream, but if there's things in balancing rules or pipeline scheduling rules that are dominated by the producers, that would be helpful for me to contribute to that conversation. I'd love to hear it. So just been trying to make that pitch to as many Western stakeholders as I can.
I think you're right on the money, and I think it's great that that they have the coordination effort. We've seen in the past that that's been an issue, and we are engaged through AGA as well. But I think you hit the key points. For I think one of the keys for us as a downstream user is weatherization by producers and pipelines, and I think that's key for the power producers as well. And I think that's one of the things they're pushing, which helps us. You know, the more they can weatherize their facilities, the better it is for us.
Yeah, it's just fascinating how people they see it as two different systems, but
It's not.
either one works without the other.
That's
right now. So
That's right.
that's just where we're in. And then also thinking about, you know, when you're talking about how option pricing went up after you use the options, I worry about that with winterization, weatherization too, as everybody gets really diligent right after the bad thing happened, but atrophy can set in. You know, like insurance goes up after the house burns down, but then people forget the event and insurance goes back down. So anyway, that's just a normal thing that happens, but if more a reminder or diligence is required, if you see things are slipping just because it's been a while since there's been a problem, would love to hear that too.
That's part of where we're looking at the additional tools so that we've got a little bit more flexibility between the contracts that we can engage in, because the options, they used to be very, very, very cheap. 5 cents per MMBTU for insurance, who could say no to that? The reason we've looked at things like the Henry Hub call options with the basis swaps that we've incorporated over the last 2 years is that gives us the ability to kind of blend the best of both worlds. We're using a call option against Henry Hub, and where we saw for our San Juan options pricing in the that 90 cents to $1, $30, $40 range, a Henry Hub option for the same time frame is 10 cents. But that's just the Henry Hub portion of that price. We have to do something with the basis, and that's where we can use the basis swap that locks in that margin from a financial perspective. There is still the opportunity for that to have an equivalent cost to the call options against San Juan, depending on where Henry Hub settles, where San Juan settles, but it doesn't lock us into just one instrument. We're just going to keep using the same type of hedging every single year because it's what we're familiar with and comfortable with. We've got some ability to flex and change our portfolios annually depending on how those prices end up looking.
The winter weather outlook is very interesting when you look at New Mexico because it has kind of a different temperatures and above average and below, and New Mexico fits in kind of 3 of these temperature ranges, which I'm sure makes it even more complicated to plan. And I'm just curious, how do you account for uncertainty in that outlook, the temperature outlook? Do you have like a set of thresholds, or how do you go about that?
No, that's a great question, Commissioner. We've got kind of 2 different tracks that we're looking at. From a overall portfolio planning, we're looking at the worst case scenario to ensure we've got access to the right amount of gas to serve the coldest possible temperatures that we can see. And so we will rarely use 100% of the portfolio that we have access to, but we've got to make sure we've got the ability to call on those contracts when we need them so we don't have a recurrence of something like the 2011 curtailment, where we simply don't have the gas we need to keep our system 100% afloat. On a near-term perspective, when we're looking at a day-to-day purchasing perspective, we have a forecasting tool and service that we use that breaks our system into 14 different load regions. So we've got several different areas throughout the state. So for example, the Northwest, we have dozens of meters that flow gas into the different areas. So we've got a specific forecast for Santa Fe, one for Albuquerque, one for Farmington, one for Gallup, Grants area, up through Los Alamos, Cuesta, Taos, Red River. And those are kind of machine learning models that take the real gas flows, real weather, and keeps training itself on, if I've got this temperature, this wind, and it's this particular month of the year, this is how much gas you should expect to need. Then we look at the next day's forecast, or for the this particular period, we'll look at the next 4 days within that model, and it will tell us, based on the current forecast, based on the current wind speeds, this is how much gas you're going to need for these different areas for each of these days. And then we'll coordinate the decision making with our gas control group and our gas supply group to say, hey, we need to buy 75,000 or 80,000 tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and withdraw a certain amount of gas on any of these given days to meet that forecasted need. And we do that for our Northwest system, our Southeast system, and then all of our individual remote systems to ensure we've got a pretty good grasp on what the near-term forecast is and how much gas that means we need to supply.
Well, thank you for that response. I don't have any other questions. I'll just say thank you for the presentation. I found it to be very informative. And on behalf of your customers, also thank you for your diligence and I can tell you have a very good grasp of the hedging and everything, and we're asking a lot of questions about that. Also just want to express my confidence in you guys on behalf of the customers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I did have a question about when you nominate how much you will take in terms of the swing gas. Do you contact the producers directly with whom you've got a contract, or is that through a gas market?
It depends on who we have the contract with. So we've got a mix of contracts, some of which are directly with a producer and some of which are with a marketer that is then accessing a number of producers who might feed into a pool. So for example, a lot of our base load as well as some of our swing gas does come from a producer in the northwest part of the state. We're engaging with them directly on a day-to-day basis if we are using them as part of that swing gas we need for a given day. If it is gas that we're purchasing out of what, for example, is called the Keystone Pool, which is a virtual pool down in the southwest, southeast part of the state, covering portions of Texas and New Mexico. There are dozens of different producers who feed into there. We will generally coordinate with an organization that is more of a marketing function, who is making the individual purchases of gas coming into that pool and then selling it from that pool to us to move on our transportation.
And in the event of Winter Storm Uri, because of the force majeure and the reduction in gas that you were able to get from Keystone, you had to just go on the market essentially, correct? Because you were already tapped out of all your existing contracting.
No, that's slight correction there. We were able to utilize this type of portfolio to leverage the ability to use some of our cycle options and specific swing gas contracts that were part of our portfolio, rather than having to go out to the direct market.
But you still needed
we had, I think,
to purchase some on the spot market.
We had, I think, 3 individual spot market purchases, but those were lower cost than what the index contracts we had would have cost us.
Yeah, the issue is those swing gas contracts are based on the gas dailies. And because the market on those days was so high, those gas dailies were priced very high. And so by not having access to all of our gas in Keystone, we just had to use more of those contracts versus replacing that with storage gas.
Daily, right,
Yeah.
index. Yeah, I'm just wondering about the discussion of, there was a discussion about the gas markets are not open on the weekends, right? So is that still an issue, or do you not see that operationally as an issue, that the spot market trading hubs are not open on the weekends?
I mean, it's one of the dynamic challenges that we have to navigate as we're looking at these different periods. And so far, that's how we've generally utilized Keystone, for example, is to make up some of the day-to-day variability. But we also have within our portfolio a variety of contracts that give us optionality to make intraday or make day-to-day purchases from specific counterparties, generally those larger marketers who have access to a broader pool of potential supply than we do. And so there are a few of the contracts in that portfolio where we can call on them on a Saturday and say, we need gas tomorrow. We pay a premium for that, and it's a fairly significant premium, but it is part of the toolkit.
I guess I'm wondering, would it be helpful if these markets were open on the weekend?
I think it depends on market dynamics, and it's hard to give a straight answer to that question, because if the markets are open on the weekend, that also means the pricing can change on the weekend. And right now, the gas daily price that we pay for Saturday, Sunday, Monday is based on trading on Friday. And it's going to be responding to a couple of days worth of weather forecasts and speculation on what's going to happen and what can that gas be sold for. If that price can change every single day over that period and the weather continues to get worse, you could see the same sort of price spikes that we saw over the course of Uri happening on a day-to-day basis instead of over the 4-day period. Because the gas dailies settled at, I want to believe it's about $90 per MMBTU on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of Storm Uri, and then they went to $200 the next day. That $200 could have hit 3 days earlier and manifested over the next 3 to 4 days, even if the markets were open.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate your presentation and the opportunity to have a discussion.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we don't see you till next year. Because that means everything ran smoothly, right?
You're here. Thank you for having us, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What we have remaining on agenda is a communication with Chief of Staff. She's our UNNOFT to the legislature. And then next up would be communication with commissioners. Is there anything you'd like to highlight, bring up, forecast, predict?
You know, maybe I'll just mention, Mr. Chair, one thing comes to mind. I have been preparing a bench request order regarding the P&M rate case. I know that a settlement is in the works. I have some questions mainly around the rate design that I think it would be useful to ask to sort of get an understanding of what some different rate designs might look like. And, you know, I just wanted to let you know that I know there's a settlement in the works, but I'm still thinking of issuing this bench request.
Well, thanks for that. I don't have anything. I mean, looking forward to Thanksgiving and hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving. And then we'll be back at it in December. Got a couple more cases before the year's over, but just that's where my brain's at. Commissioner Aguilera, you can end the meeting for us.
Last week I went to the Mountain West Renewables Conference in Salt Lake City. And I don't know if it's next week, actually. It might be 2 weeks from now. I'm going to, well, it is next week. I'll be going to the Northwestern University Electricity Dialogue again in Utah. So just wanted to mention those quickly.
Yeah, I'll be attending that also. I think that's my last trip of the year, which
Yep.
I'm looking forward to that.
Mine as well.
All right, been a productive meeting and a long one, and seeing no objection, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.